Welcome, welcome. Here we are with more CSL Esports, the collegiate season, and we're in the Smash Bros. Finals. I'm here with Dak. How are you doing this evening, Dak?
There's Noah. I'm doing great tonight. I was just on for some Saturday Night Valorant yesterday, and now, we're wrapping up the Smash Cruise playoff bracket here. Top four. And both of these teams we've already seen a bunch of times on broadcast before. Shoutouts to Max and Mees for their coverage. And now we got a great set. And as you were saying just before the broadcast, just before we jumped on, potentially two of the best players in the bracket can be facing off here in this matchup.
I think that's what's so exciting about these matchups as well. We have, the known players. We have Cosma and Daybreak, who we kind of know from some of the tournament scene and the bigger PR sets. But then we also have, the young guns coming in, the lesser known players wanting to prove their claim, wanting to prove that, they have a reason to be here and reaching out to even more people. I think that's what's so great about events like this. And speaking of events like this, they couldn't happen without the support of our sponsors, HyperX and Twitch Student. You cannot give these guys enough love for helping events like these happen.
No, absolutely. And of course, we also have been part of pretty solid bracket here, which I believe we might actually get an image for in a moment. There it is. Thank you very much. And seeing the journeys of these two teams here all the way through, don't get them confused. Michigan taking out Mississippi 2-0 to get to this spot. And then, as we just saw earlier, UTD taking out Iowa State, also with 4 stocks left to go on their set to get into this winner's bracket matchup. So both of these teams, they weren't necessarily dominating victories, but certainly clean enough to warrant getting into winners finals.
Yeah, and I think, as this progresses and as we get into this winners finals, I think this one's definitely coming down to the wire. From what I've seen of these players, there's definitely enough talent across the board on both teams to make this a slobber knocker. And I think there might be some, counter-picking trickery going on here to try and push the advantage one way or the other, but I can't wait to see how it shakes out.
Absolutely, yeah. We've mentioned a couple times some of these players that are certainly stand out for sure. And then going over, we'll also be checking out the losers bracket because we have a bunch of standout players down here as well. Of course, we just talked about, ISU. They just dropped down here. Mississippi, they were also playing earlier against Michigan, and they dropped down into losers as well. And, of course, these teams, this double elimination, they still have a chance to come back. Mississippi, they kept it pretty close against Michigan, but Daybreak taking 7 stocks in a row. That was a huge blow to that squad.
You just can't plan for that sort of thing. You can't plan for it.
No, you definitely can't.
And as you've been saying, this is the top 8. These are the best of the best of what the collegiate season has had to offer. So anyone who's even here has more than proven themselves worthy of being in the competition here. And so everyone who's a part of this is hungry to get going. And I think we're going to throw to now a breakdown of a couple of the players we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we even do that, you can see both of these teams, they were first seed in their conference, Northeast and Southwest, respectively. Opposite corners of the continent, or somewhat, I guess, in terms of division, though Michigan and Texas might not necessarily be that way, actually. But there's the Michigan State roster. Of course, Daybreak is certainly the player that we're going to be looking at, but I believe it's Linus exactly is going to be the Rosa who's starting out the match. So, Max was talking about this early in the broadcast. A lot of these teams are looking to kind of play their stronger players early to just take as many stocks as possible and make that, deficit, that gap, that lead super hard to come back to the other side. Linus starting off, not Daybreak though, but Linus certainly a strong player in their own right.
Yeah, and when you go to that sort of strategy, a lot of the time we see that big player starting or ending. And, for UTD, we see Cosma coming out first, and we know definitely one of UTD's heaviest hitters. So looking for slightly different strategies from each team. UTD sending out the big guns first, and MISU potentially saving them for later. I'm interested to see if either of these decisions come back to bite them.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. 2 players that we also saw on that roster, Aikido and Graffiti. They were standout, especially in the previous set we saw in the broadcast, but Aikido is also a player that got 5 stocks, one of the highest stock gains in a set so far that we've seen on the broadcast. That was earlier in the day. And of course, Perfetti has been really popping off on the Wii Fit trainer as well, has been a huge stock tank for their squad and holding on to, getting a lot of kills and staying alive as long as possible. So, and we're going to jump right into this first game here. As we said, Linus versus Cosmo to start things out.
And are Hawk and Linus on the same setup? They might be, but I'm interested. I'm interested to see how this goes. Weirdly enough, Rosalina is a character we don't see as often, but I think has a real stake to claim in this matchup.
No, absolutely. I mean, of course, Rosalina can deal a little bit with the projectiles from Rob using her gravitational pull, but it's really the disjoints and the range that she has that gives her a lot of contested potential. And you can see right there, it nets her that first kill.
Absolutely. Linus just put the absolute feet on Cosma, who we said was the heaviest hitter coming out, using the movement from the Luma to actually cross him up on the way in and take a stock incredibly early. This is about as good a start as you could hope for.
Oh, yeah, and there's that gravitational pull, but you can see it's not warding off Cosma. Immediately follows up, gets in the Rosalina's face, and it makes it hard for Linus to keep stage control. A great grab, though, to regain it, and now a bunch of damage as Rob. Another issue in this, in this matchup is Rob has a bit of a hard time landing if they can't get to the ledge, and Rosa right there dealing a good amount of damage. But that side B catching them in the backside of the hitbox to tie things up.
Such an aggressive play coming out from Cosma, and I love the confidence to go for reads like that. That's how you put yourself back in the game. You make those big confident plays when you're down, and you have a chance again, but, Linus has just been kind of dominating this whole game, keeping Cosma in disadvantage and using that Luma and gravitational pull to really negate the effectiveness of the projectiles.
Yeah, and hanging on the ledge a bit too long for there is Cosma, and then nice reversal, getting behind them in the corner. And that should almost be enough. No, 156% now for Cosma. Again, so much trouble landing on stage. And again, the forward smash for another kill. The read on the roll from Linus.
And again, it just seems Linus has had, everything going right for them so far. These reads are hitting the up smash, the forward smash. And now, Cosma, pushed to this last stock, is starting to mount a little bit of a comeback here. Getting a little bit of an advantage state going, but Linus saying not for long.
Yeah, I mean, Linus's advantage has been very clean this entire game so far. And Cosmo's been having a hard time converting in neutral, and really has been getting separated from the projectiles often. I mean, how many times have we really seen the gyro come into play in this game so far? Not many. Right there, though, taking it, an opportunity to almost edge guard, and then a perfect setup from Cosma. Just heard me and says, no, how about I correct you? And now keep it close. Cosma right back in it. We're doing, within 31% now. Bringing it right back.
Cosma turned on the jets real quick and said, oh, you forgot about my little ledge setup, did you? you forgot about down tilt, did you? And started putting the pressure on Linus.
Love that cross up. Yeah, it's been hit him again 2 for 2 on that side B cross up.
Insane that's 2 for 2, by the way. That's such a deceptively high risk option. But Cosma is seemingly turned this all the way around, and the DI isn't there to save you from the up air.
Wow, great play by Cosma. I love that. Once you have the momentum, you don't start camping. You keep pushing the envelope. You let that snowball roll. And you could see the difference it would made on that third stock as opposed to the first two when Rob has the gyro ready to go. We have some replays immediately just from that first game.
That's insane. I'm so impressed with Cosma for mounting that comeback. Look at this, almost a 0 to death to start off the game.
There's that side B again coming into play, really catching Rosalina mid-jump. There's that gyro. That was the turning point, I think. Right there, hitting that gyro. Immediately not only gets the stock, but then the gyro control was huge for that last stock, converting into a situation where Rosalina is forced to recover in the middle of the stage, setting up perfectly for the up air from Rob.
Yeah, and I think we got to talk about the ability to stay composed. We were talking about how it looked like Linus was kind of in the driver's seat for most of that game, and as soon as Cosma found that second stock, kicked out of the driver's seat like you lost your license. Like Cosma did not give up control for the rest of that game. And definitely showing why they were confident in throwing him in first.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely still a one stock situation. So, I mean, this could definitely be easily tied up by MISU. No, thoughts on who UTD or I'm sorry, who MISU might be thrown in next?
Well, I actually think the Rosa pick to go in first was super smart. I think that's a pretty good matchup against Rob, and so I think picking that on the chance that they send in Cosmo first was actually pretty smart. As far as who they send in now, they have Ike, they have Wolf, they have their own Rob, and they have Joker. As far as matchups goes, none of those are terrible. Ike could be a little
Yeah.
dicey, but I think honestly they could send Okoru, who's their Joker player, and just say Arsene, go clean this up. All right, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Let's clean up this stock. Let's move on. Let's keep it going. And that way they can keep Daybreak in the back pocket for a bit of a rainy day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it's worth, expending Daybreak for this one stock, right? And then having him potentially be counterpicked in some way, whether character or player, going into the next, three stocks. So yeah, I don't think they're gonna go with Daybreak. Yeah, Koru might be a good opportunity. I think it'll probably be between the Joker and the Rob. The Ike, I just don't think is worth throwing out because there's a solid chance Cosmo could take two or even three stocks off
Well,
Hawk
we
and make it
have
forward.
we have an update, and the Ike is what's
Oh,
coming out.
okay.
So,
All right.
despite some potential matchup concerns, it seems that they're confident in the Ike, and in a game like Smash, mashups are not everything. And so, if your Ike player is like, yo, like I got this, I
Yeah.
can take one. Don't worry
I
about this, Rob. You know what I
you
mean?
know,
Like you trust him to do that.
Yeah, that's the thing is I don't think like Ike versus Rob is necessarily like unwinnable or impossible, It's just relatively compared to maybe a Joker or a Wolf or another Rob, it's probably at the bottom of, that tier list, right? But
Yeah.
I still think I can definitely hold their own against Rob. You're going to use that forwarder to try and wall out Rob if you have the lead and try to stop some of those projectiles being thrown at you. You have Nair as an option there as well. And the disjoints are also, an option you can use on the ground. So I think Ike is going to struggle off stage, probably most
Yeah,
likely
that's my
against the
main
Rob.
concern as
That's the
well.
biggest issue. And if you see Cosmo just controlling off stage and going hard at, and playing a clean advantage state as they did in the previous game, this could be a pretty devastating pick for MISU. But they made it this far. They know what they're doing. I think the Ike can definitely still hold up against the Rob.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing here is too, we got to also recognize, we were talking about Rob having a little bit of trouble and disadvantage, due to his size, due to his weight, all that good stuff. Ike is definitely a oh, they honestly might have just put in Hawk because it was easy. He could just stay in the
Oh,
room. But Ike is going to be able to juggle Rob fairly well. So, if Hawk is able to stay on stage, get that advantage state going, Rob might just not be able to get down, and this stock might be gone before you know it, adding up a quick 60%.
no, yeah, I mean, the juggle point is definitely true, especially on Smashville. It's not like Talent City we can run away to another set of platforms or Kalos or just use the size of FD to get away. You have that platform, and if you can get to the ledge, that's about it. But it sets you up perfectly, not only, for some sharking too, but also to make it difficult to land in the middle of the stage. So yeah, I mean, this might be really good. Oh, that up B, I love that. That was very bold. Bold and brash does not belong in the trash.
No, and that honestly might have killed if it connected. So I love the awareness to Hawk to go for an option like that, but now no jump being juggled until a down air is thrown out to get them back to the ground.
Well, that's the thing is that, as strong as Ike can be at juggling Rob on this stage, Rob can equally juggle Ike the same way on Smashville. So it's a double-edged sword here. And Kazma is still holding on. I would definitely expect at least one stock taken here.
Really good awareness, though, from Hawk to not neutral get up there.
Oh, nice.
Oh, and actually the shield poke might have come through.
Yeah.
Ike's back air is so good at shield poking, and I think we need to talk about that a little bit. Due to Rob's size, when his shield whittles down a little bit, because he's so big, he actually pokes out of his shield a little earlier than other characters do, especially the smaller ones. And so Ike back air, which has that really thin, off the top kind of hitbox, will hit you even if you're shielding if you don't tilt it. Hawk making great use of that and not losing his stock. It's tied up.
Yeah, that's what we love to see. A really great start to this series so far. And yeah, that was absolutely a shield poke. Rob, one of those bigger characters, had already a lot of good pressure. That's one of the things that Ike's really good at, is constantly putting pressure on, so you have to go into block, and then a shield poke situation presents itself at high percent to get the kill. The Ike was a great pick, and I mean, the best part about it is, obviously the Ike's going to get reset at 3 stocks. I really don't think they have an opportunity to hard counter pick Ike too hard. I might expect maybe the Wii Fit trainer just to like camp them out with projectiles. That's probably my first guess. But we'll see. I mean, a pretty solid first stock, should have some energy ready to go for this next one.
Yeah, we're seeing graffiti. I
Yep,
hope
there
I'm
we go.
saying that right. That's a lot of
I think it's graffiti.
graffiti.
Yeah,
a lot of
they're the Wii Fit
FCs
trainer.
in there.
Yep.
That's the Wii Fit trainer. Okay, I think that's a good option. I was thinking, oh, do they put in Aikido to try and get a bit of a lead going? But Snake Ike can definitely go either
weird.
really good or really poorly.
Well, Snake already has that bad disadvantage, so if the Ike is covering your options on landing, Snake is not getting down without taking a ton of damage,
Yeah, and unfortunately for Snake, Ike does not mind trading with grenade at all.
Mm-hmm.
If I get hit with a grenade, but I hit you with an up air, let's run it back. Let's do it again.
Absolutely. And Ike, I mean, Ike still has some issue recovering against Snake, but can get back against everything but probably Nikita. Nikita's still an issue. You might be able to side B it, you might be able to up B if you clank with it in time.
I think that's just like a universal statement.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's not only Ike's problem. So you can't really, you gotta cut him some slack there. But yeah, I think the Wii Fit trainer is the right move here. Snake is a great stock tank character once we already have the lead, right? Because a Snake can be so hard to kill in these crew battle situations. Can take play that war of attrition, just squeeze a ton of stocks out of the other team while not dying too much. That's a great character to have in your pocket when you already have the lead. Wii Fit trainer has that nice mobility you want against Ike too. Has a better disadvantage state, which is probably better against Ike, and has the projectiles to deal with them.
And we can't stop talking about that Wii Fit trainer X factor when the deep breathing is online. Wii Fit trainer can not only do about 80% damage combos, but also kill at about 50%, and we're seeing the damage come out already.
Graffiti is just on fire. All cylinders firing right now. Butt has to go back to the ledge. Gonna cool off just a bit, but this is a place where Wii Fit trainer loves to be, is on the ledge. And that's an issue that, I can't really get Wii Fit trainer and coax her off the ledge or ledge trap her too hard, or him in this case. So if need be, Graffiti can go right to the ledge and feel super comfortable.
It's an amazing tech to live there.
Nice job.
I love the confidence coming out of Hawk. With Wii Fit trainer constantly playing at the ledge, you have to have the confidence to go out and get them. You have to have the confidence to, at least attempt the ledge traps, because that's where you win the game. Not working out right there, but, big things could be coming.
That was actually really nice a couple seconds earlier. It's going to be crucial for Hawk to call out those, soccer ball hits, right? And try to hit it with forward air. That punish is going to be critical and neutral, and then that dash attack, more than enough despite being on the right side of the stage. Kills on the left. Graffiti goes down, but...
and the armor coming up from up B to stop the dash attack. A backer will do it, though. This has been one of the closest matches we've seen so far. These guys are really going tit for tat.
Oh, Ricochet right back at it. Yeah, and this is very close, within 6% now. Almost gets the confirm and up tilt, but Hawk's going to punish that, gets them all the way back to the ledge again, but Hawk is unable to, to crack that shell at the ledge. It's continuing to be a comfort zone here for Graffiti, and now they're starting to get a bit of damage with that soccer ball.
Yeah, I would like to see some, some slow falling nairs at the ledge, just to try and catch that roll, catch that neutral getup, put a little bit of coverage at the edge, even F tilt. Hawk right now is letting Graffiti play a little too comfortably at the ledge, and that's why we're seeing confirms off of that soccer ball. That being said, Hawk has had no problem actually putting Graffiti at the ledge. We're seeing a very even game.
Yeah, definitely. That forward tilt might be fresh enough on the next hit to get a kill. Oof. That forward air on the other side from Graffiti, still keeping things close, and that deep breathing is going to definitely be an X factor, as you said earlier, in the later stages. The end game of these stocks as well, the late game. And this ledge play, very careful, still does not want to go off stage. It's not confident enough at these high percents to go after Wii Fit when that soccer ball is available.
Yeah, that was definitely a missed opportunity. Knew Graffiti was actually not going to have the regrab invincibility there, but, opts to stay on stage anyway. It's a safer play, but you don't want to let stocks go like that. Unfortunately for Hawk, living to about 192 before that stock is taken. Graffiti at 115, definitely within the realm of reasons. That dash attack evens it back up.
Oh my god, the 0-0, you love to see it, right? And of course, they're gonna go right back to the other side, almost a stare down now. But it's Haku's continuing to hold just the middle of the stage and then trying to convert off of that. Wow, look at these parries, just continuing to get the perfect shields off. But missed grab, and that would have been a perfect opportunity to continue to rack up some damage off stage. Just can't confirm it. Allows to get the Wii Fit trainer right into the middle of the stage. A ton of pressure off these aerials, just slippery, way too slippery for this slower character Ike to deal with. And then there's the deep breathing that I'm sure Hawk's dreading.
Yeah, man, and we're seeing this stock. The patient game is really coming out from both players, but Graffiti has just been getting, the small hits that have been converting into a little more and a little more and a little more. And, before we know it, Hawk is at a 90% deficit.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to come back from. And Graffiti really does not need to approach at all. It just starts to throw out soccer balls, can deep breathing. Once they've created space, trying to go for a cross up here. Definitely playing a little bit with their food. They're going to try and snipe with that soccer ball. This is so hard for Hawk to get in. And I mean, even that side B to get out of there was very committal and could have been punished. So Graffiti just looking for, opportunity to get in. It's really time's on their side, and there's the jab. That should be more than enough. Graffiti gets that kill and will make it a lead, a very slight one, but a lead nonetheless for UTD.
That was a very exciting game to watch. Those guys were back and forth that entire game. And until the last stock, I genuinely could have told you who I thought was favored to come out on top of that. Graffiti, during that last stock, seemingly found, the pattern in Hawk's play, seemingly found the pace that he had to play at to not only, rack up a little damage here and there, but also not get hit. I think, what we have to talk about the most that match is how little Graffiti got hit on that last stock. There were almost no trades, and that there was almost no combos levied against him. So, closing out that stock, it was a matter of time. He was able to play the game as slow as he needed to because he was playing around Hawk so well.
No, absolutely. Yeah, he was controlling the pace of that game too, for sure. Or that game. Not necessarily game two, but yeah, that's the thing about Wii Fit Trainer. Can absolutely run circles around Ike, controls at the ledge, and then Ike has to commit a lot of the time to, keep pace with Wii Fit Trainer in terms of movement on the stage, and that's where Wii Fit Trainer can start to punish. That being said, I definitely think that the Ike player, that Hawk, kept it close, a lot closer than I think maybe I was expecting. Not sure about you, but I was expecting the Wii Fit Trainer to be a more solid of a solution against the Ike, but it's only a one stock lead, so definitely props to Hawk for keeping it close.
Yeah, and not only that, but a one stock lead in a crew battle, that's about as good as it gets. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not even, at least it's just a one stock lead, because that's very, very reasonable to make up. So I don't think UTD is feeling, I don't think Michigan State is feeling too bad about that, especially knowing that they still have Daybreak in the pocket.
Yeah, definitely. Daybreak is still ready to go. And I mean, looking at it character-wise, not only do they have a Rob ready, but they have a Joker, Okoru, who they are ready to put out onto the field. Michigan's going to be throwing their Joker player out as a response to the Wii Fit Trainer Graffiti. So
I think that's a great pick. I think that's just a smart, calculated pick, because I think Joker absolutely runs over Wii Fit Trainer. And it might be just me, but when you can Rebels guard all of those projectiles, not only does Wii Fit Trainer have to play a much more honest, kind of, interactive game than she usually wants to, but she also can't just, stay at the ledge as much, because if Joker has Arsene and we think she's dead at 30, there's not much you can do about that. So I like the pick here, and I'm interested to see if Okoru is able to make it happen. Even this crew battle back up, it's as close as you could really hope for.
Yeah, and speaking of close, we actually have a bit of a bracket update real quick for you all. UT Austin versus Iowa State, 9-8 in stock so far. LSOE versus Vexel currently. That's being played elsewhere, but that's in losers quarters. That's pretty close. And of course, MSU versus UIUC playing on the other side on the other losers quarters. So expecting a lot of close games there. We'll keep you all updated on those scores as we continue to move through this winner's finals. But yeah, UT versus ISU, close. They're trying to stay alive and try to make it into losers finals and eventually grand finals.
Nail biters across the board, and honestly, that's what you like to see. I love the spirit of competition, and it's only fostered further by close sets. When everyone's hungry for more, when everyone's like, we could have won that. You know what I mean? That's when people are nipping to get back at it. And as a spectator, that is also the most fun to watch.
Oh, definitely. And, I've been thankfully part of, previous CSL Smash, crew battle events before. I'll be in person, and those are always so hype. You love to see the camaraderie between the teams, all the players. It's different when you're playing in a singles or maybe even a doubles bracket when you're competing with your team that you've been, with together throughout an entire season. So it means a lot more when you're getting these victories. And speaking of victories, of course, we're going into a next game to look for some more, as that Joker player, as you mentioned, Okoru, is going. That was a horrible transition, but I'm going to stick with it. Graffiti is going to be taking on Okoru, and I definitely got to agree with you there. I think the Joker is a great opportunity. Not only is fast, if not faster than Wii Fit Trainer, can Rebels guard all those projectiles, can't easily be juggled mid-stage. A really solid entry to the Wii Fit Trainer, I think.
Yeah, I agree. We're seeing, a very standard start to this game. Not too much ledge camping is going on. We're playing, mostly just some clean neutral. Both these guys are looking for hits where they can find them, but neither has found too big an opening thus far.
Yeah, not yet. But, the thing is that Okoru is really willing to play this close quarters game against Graffiti, and Graffiti is all about that, doing a ton of damage, of course, converted great off that jab earlier, but these side Bs are not being guarded at all, so just straight pure damage hitting this Joker. But look at that, just immediately with the Arsene.
Oh, it's so deep!
And then the counter, no! Graffiti,
this is such a bad spot, but this is the foreigner, the bad man! Doesn't allow him to take the stock, and Okoru has to be kicking themselves for that one. That could have been the stock right there, the perfect position. But Graffiti's getting back to stage and is going to try and capitalize on this.
What a start to this game so far. One of the most high-octane starts I think we've seen. Going absolutely
enough to jump! Oh, no, Graffiti! Living by the skin of his teeth twice!
Wow, deepest depth out here. The soccer ball is continuing to be an issue as Okoru tries to get back onto stage, but still, only 40% between these two balls.
Oh my
2% and Okoru goes down first. That was huge.
Graffiti's happy with that. Having escaped death very narrowly twice in a row. Taking one you don't mind, you got yours. And not only is Graffiti going to be happy about that, but his team is going to be happy with the performance he put up here. If he can get more than that now, that's when we're starting to see a lead build.
Yeah, and you can now see Graffiti picking and choosing their battles in terms of using the projectiles, trying not to hit that Rebels guard there, but of course Arsene shows up anyway.
Oh, and no, misses the confirm!
And they're still staying alive too far away. The DI is there. The side B opens up the ledge. Graffiti might be able to get on the... Oh, wow. Almost a great read there by Okoru, but can't confirm. Shield super low. And that back grab may have been enough.
This is bad news all of a sudden. If deep breathing is online, this is kill percent for Graffiti. And the Arsene is not able to find its mark.
Oh my god. If Graffiti can just get one more stock, that would be absolutely Chad-like. No, the trade. No, I don't even think they got to move out in time.
Fair?
I think that was like the low. That was the lowest frame right on the ground, but we'll stay alive with two stocks intact. Graffiti, a People's Champion caliber performance there. A really, really exciting matchup against Okoru, but only able to take out one stock.
Yeah, Okoru keeping Michigan's dreams on their back with that one. That was a scary situation. That very easily could have been another stock loss, but instead, Okoru clutches up, and they're only one stock down. Only one stock down, familiar spot, and like I said before, one stock you don't mind. That's very winnable, and that's very comebackable.
No, absolutely. This is, I would say, essentially even, right? I mean, it is a one stock difference, but that can definitely be overcome. I'm looking to see, who UTD might be fielding next. They still have Foxinator or Fox. They have Akito left and Zillion as well. So, do they bring Akito out there? Bring that Snake player out? I'm not entirely sure against the Joker if that's the best idea, but yeah, what are your thoughts?
It'll be interesting to see what's next. It does look like Akito was the pick, so feeling confident in the Snake. I think it's an interesting pick because while I do think Joker does well against Snake, I think Joker has to be playing very well to do well against Snake, if that makes sense. And it's kind of the same thing when we were watching Pikachu versus Snake earlier. It's characters that, they beat Snake, but if the main of that character is not having their best day, or they're not playing as well as they normally do, Snake can run away with those matchups. That's what he thrives on.
Absolutely, has that larger margin of error to work with in these crew battle situations. And yeah, I'm excited to see Akito in action. Already has popped off in previous sets as one of the highest stock gains in a set so far in the broadcast, one of, not the most, but one of, at 5 so far. Yeah, I'm not sure if they've broken it since then. A great character to have in these situations, might be able to extend that lead. But again, even if, Akito does get a couple kills here, Daybreak is still waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think maybe Akito is more of an aggressive pick here, coming out from University of Texas Dallas. By putting Akito in here, again, one of your stronger players, you're hoping to build a little bit more of a buffer. I think it's an interesting strategy. And I'm interested to see if it plays off, or pays off, rather.
Yeah, and not having Kazma later in the game here, too, might be hurting them as well. But, yep, we got Akito coming in here, of course. We're going to shed one of those stocks and then get right into it off the taunt. So we'll see how this works out. This is an opportunity here for this lead to be extended by UTD. Of course, Michigan State does absolutely not want that to happen. But these grenades have been working, at least so far at the beginning of this, at least keeping this a bit 30% or so. But oh wow, just like that, the Arsene comes into play and just stack it up.
Don't make me call my boyfriend. He'll beat you up. That's Arsene coming in with the almost 60% damage combos, putting Koru back on the board. But Akito saying, the bad man's gone. The bad man's gone. And the Batman was my leg the whole time. That up tilt is coming out with a stock at 100.
I'm not so sure why Okura was so hell-bent on landing on top of the Snake, especially Snake, who has up tilt ready to go, but decided to do so 2 or 3 times.
No, his own grenade!
Wow, a self-kill there. You hate to see it, but sometimes you got a friendly fire in yourself. But still, I mean, that stock, I think, was probably a given to be lost in that case. It's really now up to Akito to hold on to this stock here against the Fur.
Yeah, I think this is a very important stock as far as, the result of this crew battle. I think Akito really needs to take this one without losing another, just to cement that lead. The first Arsene is gone, but unfortunately, because of how early it was retrieved, Okoru's definitely in a spot to get another before this stock is lost.
These guns are such a problem, making it an issue for Akito to try and get some grenades in linearly against the Joker. So, I mean, look at all this damage that is being done to themselves. Akito, I think the last 40 or 50 damage they've done to themselves has been a result of the Joker stopping grenades and they're getting hit by their own grenades. So, and that's completely put things now in Okuru's favor, almost a 50% difference. That dash attack puts him, almost converts off more, but this is getting dire now for Akito, despite more than enough to get that kill, and Okoro goes down.
Wow. Shoot, man, that was looking grim for Okoru. And then in a span of almost 5 seconds, Akito said, I wasn't worried for a second. You didn't even have me on the edge of my seat. I had this up smash ready. Just absolutely steals that stock. And that's the lead that they needed. That is absolutely the lead that they needed, putting themselves 2 stocks up now. They have to be feeling good about that. There's no way you couldn't.
Absolutely. Akito not losing that second stock was absolutely major. A little bit extra rage sprinkled on at the end there, certainly helping out, I'm sure. Yeah, that up smash. I mean, what a great call out. And now that they've lost their Joker, I mean, Michigan has a Rob and a Wolf to work with, right? It might be time to break out Daybreak. You don't want this lead all of a sudden getting away from you, or do you leave Daybreak as your anchor?
Yeah, and the $1 million question is they're busting out Daybreak right now.
Okay, there
That's
it
what they're
is.
doing, and I think that's the play. You know what? I think the idea here is all right. Daybreak, we're a little behind. Come through, put us back in it, and take a couple, right?
Mhm.
And then we'll close it out after that. Don't worry about it. So I think spending that right now. Probably puts them in a good spot for Daybreak to not have to make up a bigger deficit.
Yeah.
Um, and closing out on a rub in the format we're in, you don't mind. You don't mind closing out on a rub.
Definitely not. I think you're on point there. Is that you know Daybreak can definitely be clutch and bring it back, but you don't want to make it impossible for him, right? And we've seen Daybreak has already been able to take 7 stocks on his own, but they need to take out 8. So having, I think, Daybreak to just try and keep things close or take the lead now, I definitely agree with that. And then as you said, yeah, having the Rob as an anchor, that's a character that you can rely on to be clutch or to
Yeah,
cheese some stocks when you
yeah,
need
yeah.
it.
Either
So
or, really.
either one.
Yeah,
You know.
not only that, but I think Wolf does fairly good against Snake. He's got the
Mhm.
reflector, he's got the blaster, both very good tools against Snake. He's got early kill potential and back air, the smash attacks. I think Rob against Snake is definitely a little more of a dubious matchup. That could go either way, and Rob can definitely find himself on
Yeah.
the receiving end of a lot of Snake shenanigans. So I think this is the right pick, at least in my opinion. If I was in the crew, this is the pick I would have made.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Um, yeah, this is as close as we can really hope for. I mean, obviously it could be tied up exactly, but I mean, this has been a really exciting series so far. Um, and obviously it helps that we had a lot of solid characters being used by a lot of solid players. And it looks like we're just waiting for these teams to get ready. Daybreak, I honestly think might even be able to take like 2 players here, but almost might have to, right?
Yeah, they definitely have to take a keto losing a maximum of 1 stock. I think that's a must. And then past that, I think getting their 3 and then going forward, it's just a bonus. I think optimal situation here to put them back in the game. Realistically, Daybreak needs to take 5. That's how they get themselves back in the lead or an even position. Um, so I think if I'm if I'm on Michigan, I'm like, all right, Daybreak, we want you to take 5, but like take 6. Like,
Win the set for us. Win the
yeah,
set
yeah. I think that's interesting. I do want to shout out Akito. I had not heard of them prior to this event, and they actually play a very technical Snake. I see a lot of grenade tech coming out,
Yeah.
a lot of B reverse techs, as well as juggling grenades. It's not always the stuff you see from the Snake, and it's not the easiest thing to do with a little bit of input delay. So I'm pretty impressed.
No, definitely. I mean, you see a lot of snakes in these games getting caught up when they're trying to dribble their own grenades, and certainly Akito has been able to stay, I would say for the most part, pretty clean in these series. But when you put those grenades against them, that's definitely where you can open up an opportunity to deal some pretty solid damage. And so far, both these players close damage percent one another, but those grenades are just clutch in neutral and starting to increase the lead here for Akito.
Oh man, Akito's dang. Let's end this. Let's end this. He's almost the final boss of this crew. Akito could put a stop to Michigan's run here and now if he plays it well enough. And so far, 72% is nothing to laugh at, especially because Wolf will be dying to that Snake up tilt at about 100, 110%.
Wow, that forward air coverage, knowing that he was going to avoid the grenade, and then the up air.
Oh, but the grenade! Are you kidding? Where are you going?
Wow.
Oh my gosh, Akito is all over Daybreak right now. You're kidding. You're kidding.
Akito making it look like he just found a random wolf on Elite Smash, just breaking ankles. And Daybreak is no slouch, so to be able to do this type of player, I mean, Akito is just running circles around Daybreak and honestly knows that they have their number because Daybreak is constantly chasing, constantly fishing for hits and for kills here, and Akito knows that, using that to play it to their advantage.
Absolutely, and man, I just cannot compliment Akito enough for that stock. Knowing that Daybreak was going to panic, realizing what the panic options were going to be, and covering them 3 times in a row. That's not something you see very often at this damage.
Wow.
It's just getting worse.
Akito, the spacing and the coverage does go down. I was saying, could Akito get some work done without dropping a stock? I thought it might be possible. But, you know, that being said, yeah, the coverage has been sublime right now. Constantly has grenades. The second that you see, you might think, oh, okay, they're in disadvantage. No, the grenade gets them out of hit stun, gets them out of that combo, and now all of a sudden, look,
What, the down smash?
You can't land against this man.
And that's so strange. You know, a lot of these options are weird options to see out of Snake, but you know, as we say that, Daybreak has actually clawed their way back into this after being down by quite a bit. This stock could go either way, and like I said, Daybreak can afford to lose 1 here, but can't afford to lose 2.
That was huge.
Daybreak cleans it up.
That was big. That was big. Daybreak, if Daybreak lost that stock, I think it might have been it,
that was
right?
Bad news. That was bad news.
Yeah, Daybreak on 1 stock can get a lot of work done, but 6 or 7 stocks on 1 stock is, I mean, almost an impossible ask.
That's generous.
Yeah, so to work with 2 stocks now, that's absolutely huge. Still, though, major props to Akito, who has been popping off this entire bracket, but I mean, was doing something to Daybreak right there. Because even Daybreak, I don't know what's going on.
That best stock we've seen this tournament. I'll say it. That first stock was quite literally 3 reads in a row. Like, it was insane to watch that happen. And especially so fast. You'd think, statistically, one of them should miss.
Right? Yeah. And making them, the reads were so crazy, making it look like a true combo. And now, but Daybreak brought it back. I mean, adapted, and once they had the download in, held onto those 2 stocks. Again, very clutch.
Okay, they're sending in Fox. Is Fox Mega Fox?
I think it's Foxinator, who is a Fox Terry player, if I'm not mistaken.
His tag is Fox.
Yes, I think I might be another Fox player. I saw another Fox called Foxinator. I'm not sure if this is the same Fox. They might play Fox.
If this is Mega Fox, I've been looking at this completely wrong.
I don't believe it's Mega Fox. Okay.
I'm pretty sure Mega Fox is from Texas as well. But okay, Fox could be coming in. And could be his time to shine. Could be his time to shine. I think at the very least right there, Akito made Daybreak bleed a little bit. Took a stock off him. Probably shook him up a little bit. And so we're gonna see Fox come in and try to make it happen. I'm getting word that Fox plays Terry, so it's not Mega Fox.
Yeah, it's the Foxinator is their full tag, I believe.
Okay, interesting.
But plays Terry.
Plays Terry. Hey man, sometimes you just gotta play Terry, and that's all there is to it. I think Wolf definitely beats Terry, but I also think Terry has enough of an X factor that matchups to a degree don't really matter. You know what I mean? It's just like, the matchup's -2, but I Buster Wolf them, so is it really that bad?
Oh, and but by the way, before we get going on to this one, UT Austin versus ISU is now 6-6. Very close, almost as close, actually closer than this one is. So very close matches on the losers bracket as well. Can't wait to see who comes out. Of course, the winners of UT versus ISU and MSU versus UIUC will be playing each other in the next set.
All right, that could be it! Oh my god, the down throw! Up air charge, up boost Fox! Absolutely catches Daybreak sleeping!
Wow.
Rob, that's not, this is gonna be 40% Fox right now. Is saying, yo, Akito, who? Daybreak, who? It's Fox. It's Fox versus the world, and Daybreak is looking. Are you kidding? Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Live!
No way.
Stop!
A Foxinator. Yo, Fox popping off. I barely fit that update in before that first stock was taken. And then the absolute rocket reads there with the upbeat, crazy talk. That was huge. One of the nuttiest sequences I've seen so far in the broadcast. You were talking about best stocks. That was a contender, I think.
Yeah, Keto was like, I got the best stock. Fox was like, hold up. Hold up. And we have a replay on this. Man, what an insane way to go. And Fox didn't lose a stock there. That started at 29%. 29%.
You don't want to be up there.
Daybreak died to a down throw. Oh.
Wild.
Oh my gosh, it just feels terrible. And then that charged up air call out, so smart from Fox. You know, having the state of mind to charge that to charge up that up B, calling out Daybreak, and then just letting an F smash rip up the way down. Absolutely insane. And the University of Texas at Dallas, they're feeling pretty good about this win at this point, with a whole 2 players left in the pocket, and Fox feeling better than they've ever felt.
Wow, yeah, that was a debilitating loss there. To have Daybreak go down without taking out as many stocks you need him to, that was huge for UTD. Terry, a character that you wouldn't expect to be committing so much in the air like that at that altitude. But we were seeing a different type of Terry, built differently out here.
He put on the pilot goggles. It's time for liftoff. Like I was saying, you know, Wolf should win that matchup, but you know, should kind of goes out the door when you can down throw someone at 26 and take their stock.
Well, that's Town and City for you too, right? Like you love to be able to go there and a character who's able to chain moves together that kill off the top, and you go and fight him on the tallest platform available. You're kind of asking for trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Daybreak caught a little asleep at the wheel, and they got to be feeling a little bad about that. But now the Rob coming in versus the Giraffe. Giraffe the Rob.
Yes, I believe his tag is Nectar.
Nectar.
Yes, so
All
Nectar
right.
the Rob.
Interesting. This is another matchup where, you know, it can be a little tricky for Terry, but he can definitely get the job done. Terry's got, you know, so many fast, you know, hard-hitting moves that if he's able to get in on Rob, it can be super devastating. And we're seeing the gyro play come up from Fox. Who is this guy?
Oh my god. Well, that's the thing. Once you give a Shoto a projectile, an item, really, I mean, that completely changes the game. And that bigger hitbox for Rob is absolutely something you want to take advantage of. And then look at that, able to break their way
You're
in.
kidding. Called out a jump with power jump.
Wow.
Yo, Fox is crazy. 43 at the down throw. Now he's got go online, a down tilt jab. We could be looking at a Buster Wolf. And oh my god.
You pay for the whole seat, but you only use the edge. Huge.
Fox saying this crew battle should have been over. It should have been out. It should have been over 15 minutes ago. You know, when you see you need Fox, the Fox delivers. And now a stock taken for Nectar, but is it too little, too late? Fox has just looked unstoppable.
It might be. I mean, unless Nectar has the Nectar of the Gods here is ready to go somehow, I don't see how they take out the Foxinator, who is just relentless right now and immortal amongst men here. And with 5 stocks for UTD, even if they lose the Foxinator, they're still in such a good position. At this point, I think they've bought themselves a ticket to Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Rob, if anyone can do it, Rob can do it, but not if you're whiffing punishes like that and giving Fox a chance to hit you with that F smash. Fox makes that look easy.
That was
Absolutely insane. Completely unexpected. I had no idea who this guy is. And he comes out of nowhere and says, how many stocks do I need to take? I got 5. I got 2 left. Where's the rest of the team? Where's everybody else? Cleans it up for University of Texas. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, massive, right? Well, this was a series that, for the most part, was, I would say, pretty even throughout its duration. But I mean, after Defoxinator came in, we started going down a slippery slope, and it was all Defoxinator the entire time. That was huge.
That was very close, and like Aikido set them up for success, but Defoxinator really said, like, I appreciate the assist, dog, but I got this.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is absolutely not the ending I was expecting. After, like you said, how absolutely close the rest of those games were.
Oh, and we got some replays coming our way here. It looks like at least one. I'm gonna throw it. It has to be Defoxinator. I would have to imagine. Oh, we're gonna start we're starting out deep, all the way from the beginning. Linus and Cosma, and that was where we thought that maybe, we weren't sure which way this was gonna go, and it ended up being pretty even.
Yeah, and this is honestly, where I thought Michigan was putting themselves in a really great spot. Linus took 2 against Cosma. Hawk cleaned him up with no problem, but it just didn't quite seem to work out that way. We had Graffiti taking the stock there, taking one against Okoru, again just keeping that lead alive more and more.
Ooh, that was, of course, we saw some great kills from Aikido. There's one right there. That was a clutch one, not giving up that extra stock against Okoru. Translating to doing a bunch of damage there at Daybreak to soften him up a little bit there towards the end for the Terry. And then, of course, there it is. You got to gas them up and get that wolf gassed all the way up off the top turnbuckle there. Huge. Look at that. The call-outs with the up Bs were insane from Defoxinator.
Yeah, it was just crazy. And like we were talking about Aikido's crazy stock, and then Defoxinator took 5 crazy stocks in a row, calling out a jump with power dunk there, the shield break, and the forward smash coming through. He just he couldn't do anything wrong. He really couldn't.
No, he really couldn't. That was huge, and we weren't sure what to expect from the Shoto. And then, I mean, once we saw him with the Rob gyro, that's a combination that's too scary to handle. And now it looks like we're going to be looking for a way to get into the losers bracket, as those 2 sets are finishing up. I know, I believe we still have the other losers bracket matchup finishing here, but UT Austin has defeated ISU 3-0. 3 stocks left, with the Junk finishing that King Deity. 3 stocks remaining. So ISU out of the bracket, out of the running. UT Austin stays alive.
Man, and the losers bracket just got a little more cutthroat with Michigan falling to that losers finals. Now these teams know what they have to look forward to if they make it there, but they have to run through each other first. And so you said we're going to see UT going against the winner of MSU or UIUC.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be our losers semifinal, everyone. But we are going to go to a short break here as we get ready for our next set. Thank you all for sticking with us. Of course, it's all been brought to you by HyperX and Twitch Student as we continue the playoff bracket here for the CSL Smash Cruise Grand Finals here. The finals playoff bracket, the grand finals is coming soon. We're finishing up the playoff bracket, and we have losers, semifinals up next, and then losers finals. It's going to be great. Don't go anywhere. More Smash action coming your way after this break. something that can Welcome back, everybody, as we continue through our Smash Ultimate Crew Finals here at CSL Esports, brought to you by HyperX and Twitch Student. I am Dak, alongside Noah, aka Nurse, for our next matchup here between University of Texas at Austin versus the University of Illinois, and it is going to be an absolute doozy. Noah, you ready to get into this one?
Absolutely, I am. Not only did we just come off an exciting match, but I am so positive that there's going to be even more exciting matches along the way. But just before we get into those, we have to acknowledge the sponsors that made this tournament possible in the first place. HyperX and Twitch Student coming in clutch for this collegiate season. And man, I'm so excited, and I know we're about to see that bracket coming up here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to jump right into it. This is how the winner's bracket is looking. Of course, we just saw UTD definitely dominating. They were looking clean. We saw some great performances against Michigan State, knocking them down into the loser's bracket, and we can see how they made their way here. UTD, I mean, look at their victories. 5 stocks left, 4 stocks left, 5 stocks left. They've absolutely been one of the most consistent and dominant teams in the bracket so far. And we're about to get a look at the loser's bracket to see the victims of that run.
You're absolutely right. UTD has been playing to win. If you guys were here for that last match, you saw a treat, but making the run on the other side, University of Texas Austin and University of Illinois crawling their way up from the depths. All right, we've seen a 6 stock there, 3 stocks left, 2 stocks, 3 stocks. None of these have gone down to the absolute wire for either of these teams yet. So I'm interested to see who's going to come out on top in this loser's semis.
Yeah, I would say that potentially University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, they might end up being potentially the favorite on paper, just looking at stocks throughout the bracket. But I mean, these teams are pretty evenly matched. They're both second seed in their conferences respectively. And have both lost to similar teams. So, I mean, I would expect this to be a pretty close one. And I believe we are going to take a look at the rosters in just a moment. But we already have some bit of an idea. I know between the matches you were commenting on, like, oh, definitely enjoying the characters from that previous set. They're all cool characters. I'm already seeing a Dedede. I see a Yoshi. I'm seeing a bunch of characters, a Bayonetta. I'm seeing a bunch of characters, a completely different look here from these teams. I mean, I don't see a Joker, not seeing a Wolf off the top. So yeah, a bunch of new characters we're going to see coming into this series, which definitely excites me.
Yeah, I think it's always nice to see a little bit of representation, and I think it's nice to see what these players bring to the table. Like we were talking about earlier, a lot of these players bring fresh eyes to the series, and I think that's always so cool in terms of seeing how exactly people play.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. And it looks like that Yoshi that I mentioned actually is going to be starting things off. That'll be Studs will be the starter for UT.
It's a great
and then
tag.
a great tag, and then UIUC Burst is going to be the starter playing Cloud. We saw UIUC, that Cloud player, taking on the likes of Akito and others with that Cloud. But yeah, both these teams, as I said, second seed from their conferences, Southwest, and Northeast, respectively. The UT squad, they've got a Yoshi, a Shulk, a Rob, a Dedede, and a Ness. So, I mean, that covers quite a number of matchups there. That being said, you don't really see King Dedede that often in the bracket. Ness is a character that has been a menace on Wi-Fi over the past year. And of course, Rob is another character we've consistently seen even throughout this broadcast.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting because, on the other side of things, we have, the Bayo, the Inkling, the Pika, the Link, the Cloud. On paper, seemingly a higher tier lineup than what UT is
right.
But, the counter pick game, again, what we saw, the strategy that you can play, weaving in and out, who do we send where? When do we keep our best player till? Who do we unleash the beast on? Can all make, drastic changes on the outcome of the crew battle are almost as important as, how good each player is.
Absolutely. And, looking at these compositions here, this is something that, Max and Mies were talking about earlier in the day about, characters that are pretty solid in like, a singles or a doubles scenario, but might not necessarily be a pick for like Cruz, for example. Characters that might, be like glass cannons, right? Like your Pichus and stuff like that. And, characters on the UIUC side, Pikachu is another character that kind of stands out to me. Cloud, who have like high kill potential, right? But might not survive a ton of stocks, right? They might not stock tank for you. They might get cheesed out, or they might have trouble killing at times. Like Pikachu has trouble killing, and Cloud might get cheesed out, or or janked onto the edge guard. These are the kind of characters that in a single scenario are strong, but in a crew battle scenario might not be able to maintain the lead as long as you want. And by the way, UIUC, the Smash Kittens.
Yeah, I was about to say.
The Smash Kittens rocking that composition. Those are the things I'm kind of looking at. Whereas I'm looking at like UT, Shulk can be annoying to kill. Rob can be annoying to kill. D, that's a heavy, annoying to kill. Ness can also be slippery as well. Those are the kind of characters that are hard to deal with.
Honestly, every single character on UT is annoying to kill. Like,
Yeah,
Yoshi's got the double jump armor. They've got
true.
heavies. They've got disjoints. They've got characters that can press a lot of buttons. I think I think you're onto something when you're saying maybe the difference is how long they hold on to these stocks, because characters like Inkling, Pikachu, Bayo, those are characters that can struggle to kill.
Yeah, they can be frail and they can struggle to kill. Exactly. So yeah, those are the things I'm looking at, where it might come down to I wish we had maybe a character who could have survived one more stock, two more stocks. Who knows? We'll definitely see coming into this. The Smash Kittens certainly have already proven that they've gotten.
I want to know where that Smash Kittens name came from. What inspired that? I think that's such a fun name. I like that. I like that we're allowed to call them that.
I not only allowed, I think they demanded it, not demanded.
Yeah.
I requested it, and of course, definitely happy to oblige. Definitely looking at those team composition. I don't know if UT has a special club name like the Smash Kittens, but we'll rock with UT for the moment. I mean, these are both two teams that obviously made it this far into loser semis, so that certainly stands for something. But now this is where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah, and I think we've been talking about this whole time. Like, this is the finals. These were the top 8 teams. Even being here, was a testament to how good these teams are. And now we've whittled it down. This is the top 4. This is as good as it gets. You know what I mean? And so both these teams have staked their claim. And, as you were saying, this is where the competition ramps up. This is where we figure out who the best is.
Yeah, and not only that, one of these two teams potentially might be making that run all the way to grand finals. So now it becomes, a test of endurance too. Can you win losers semis, losers finals, and then grand finals as well? On the other side of things, you have UTD who's waiting in grand finals. Are they going to cool down in that time? Are they spending that time, analyzing and getting ready to go? We'll have to see. It looks like we are about to kick things off though with our first matchup here. Will be Studs, and it will be the Cloud Burst to kick things off here on Battlefield.
Yeah, and I think this is an interesting matchup to start on. I think, Cloud definitely has some solid tools to use against Yoshi. The back air, the fair, being able to space out Yoshi. Definitely a strong trait of his, but offstage could prove to be trouble. Cloud is going to have a little bit of trouble gimping Yoshi, but the same can't be said the other way around.
And you're talking about, offstage, even on stage. First, I have a little bit of issue with Studs here in neutral, just in the middle of the stage. The second any kind of gap is created, those eggs, that's more damage piled on. But as you mentioned, that armor that can be used to just cross up in neutral, throw those nairs out safely, are creating a huge lead here for Studs.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we're seeing right now is, Burst is not able to play at the range that they're comfortable playing in. Either what's happening is Studs is getting too close for comfort, being able to press too many buttons for Burst to really feel comfortable, or Studs is disengaging and being outside of that mid-range and throwing the eggs again, where, Burst is not comfortable playing. And so, not being able to maintain that mid-range, we're seeing Burst at 150% already.
I was going to say, after that up B attempt, otherwise I think Burst actually pretty successfully slowed this matchup down. That's definitely what you need to do against Yoshi, who's just looking to try and convert off popping you into the air off those Yoshi eggs. but can just at this point, at that percent, throw out the back air to get that first kill, netting it first blood there for University of Texas at Austin, and already starting to pile on some extra credibility.
No. Oh, this is so bad. Okay,
Wow.
Air Dodge is back to let's burst, holding on to their life by almost nothing there.
Oh, that shield. Oh, that shield. Wow.
That's one of the things that's so scary. People forget about Yoshi down air, but that move not only does about 32% if you hit the whole thing, but absolutely shreds your shield.
Yeah, you know, for Cloud, the platforms can be a little bit of, you know, relief at times against the eggs or just, you know, Yoshi pressure in general, but at the same time, it can set you up for a bad position. And just barely gets back in time, forced to use that limit charge, and then the back air creating some space on the stage. But once again, those eggs, another opportunity here for Studs, puts the pressure on with the back air, but Burst is able to get out of it.
Yeah, and this is the tricky spot here. You know, you've got Studs to 25%. How do you find the kill without being too greedy? Because if you keep doing dash attacks like that and just go for some, you know, wide swing up smashes, you're not gonna find success, and that's just gonna give Studs an opening to make this lead even greater. Pulling out the back air there.
Yeah, that's the kind of lingering move you want to have against Cloud, who is also jumping and willing to meet you in neutral midair. Studs does finally lose their stock, so the Smash Kittens out of UIUC will finally get on the board and take that one, but Studs has certainly set the pace of this game so far, starting to slow things down their end and looking to get some more extra credit on this stock. A nice dash attack to get some room here for Burst.
Yeah. I think Burst, you know, this last stock in particular has actually started doing a much better job at playing within their range, putting enough pressure on Studs that, you know, he's not comfortable just to, you know, play in that super up close range or, you know, super comfortable to just back off. And I think that's the kind of aggression that we need to see from Burst in this matchup. He needs to be, you know, controlling the space is what I'll call it, because he has to play in that mid range in this matchup.
And Burst almost living up to his name a little bit, trying to use that up B to break this Yoshi pressure, but has actually really considerably brought this back. I mean, Studs a well into kill percent, and just like that, Burst within 15, and this is way better of a look than things started out.
Absolutely. Is this download complete? That was a near perfect stock coming out from Burst, and Studs. The dominance that we saw for the first two stocks has all but weaned away as Burst just looks in control now.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. Burst has gotten the download in. Might not have Fios, might be, you know, just waiting for that download to finish. It happens to the best of us. But, I mean, that's definitely the thing. Now it's up, you know, to the Yoshi Studs to try and change things up a little bit. That up B actually finally working out for Burst there, and then that pressure on the platform, but still can't get away from those eggs.
Yeah, man, the dial-up coming in clutch just when you need it. The Cloud up there's taking Yoshi for a ride. I cannot believe I'm saying that this is an even game after the first two stocks that we saw, but Burst, almost as if to exactly listen to what I was saying on commentary, has really found himself comfortable in this mid-range. And now, you know, instead of having to play Yoshi's game, it seems like Studs is really struggling to get, you know, anything going on Burst.
Wow.
And missing the punish there.
Wow. I just, the biggest of swings coming out from both of these players here, and now both essentially at kill percent, though Burst has the limit charge and then hits him with the finishing touch. Just extrapolating from that farthest part of the hitbox. Great job there. What a finish to that first game of this crew set.
That's something. If you go down 3 stocks to 1, bring it all the way back, and then end it with a finishing touch on a whiffed grab, yeah, you gotta be feeling pretty good about that.
Absolutely. I mean, how things are starting out, I was starting, you know, to think, okay, you know, Studs are gonna take this. How many stocks is he gonna end up with? All of a sudden, I mean, the Smash Kittens must be feeling so good there with Burst really coming back, holding on to that last stock, getting the kill on a Yoshi player, and now looking at the next characters. I mean, you think, you know, what are we thinking? You know, you have your Shulk, you have a Rob, a Dedede, and Nest to work with here. You got to think against Cloud that probably the Dedede is not going to happen. So, yeah, what would you think?
As far as what I would do is I would probably do the Shulk and just say, you know, if Shulk gets a smash forward arrow on Cloud at like 40, like he's probably dead, right? Like if we're being realistic, that should be the stock, and we only need the one stock. So I think matchup wise, I might bet it on that and just say, all right, R, let's go finesse this man off stage. Get him out of here.
Yeah. Not only that, but I mean, once you have the Shulk down, it doesn't really look like anyone from the Smash Kittens side can hard counterpick the Shulk, right? None of those characters really stand out to me. It can really hard body Shulk. Shulk can keep up with Pikachu, can, you know, outclass Bayonetta in a lot of ways, faster than that character too. So it's a character that's nice to have for the cleanup and going into, you know, a blind matchup, I think.
And call it, we did.
There's the Shulk. There we go. Yeah.
Shulk is going in as if looking into my crystal ball. We're 2 for 2 on reads today. But, you know, I think, despite, you know, the Shulk being, in my opinion, a good pick, there definitely is still an opportunity here for Burst to make something happen. If he can be pretty cognizant of the edge guard attempts and, you know, play around it in a safe sort of way, I could see him taking another stock here.
Oh, I definitely can too. I'm feeling better because my predictions on Valorant last night were not good. I whiffed them all. So, so it's nice to be on the right track for this one. Yeah, I think Burst definitely isn't, you know, up a creek without a paddle in this matchup at all. Shulk definitely, I think, might set the pace. Just, you know, has the option to start going a lot faster than Cloud and can really run circles around them. I'm also interested to see what stage they go to too. It looks like it is gonna potentially, it's not gonna be FD or Smashville at least. But yeah, I think this is probably the best option they could have gone with. DDD certainly a big risk. Ness, a character that definitely could be risky against Cloud. Rob probably was the next best option, I would say, other than Shulk. But yeah, Shulk gives them some good options, not only against the Cloud, but against whoever's going to come up next.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing you said right there. Whoever's going to come up next. I think having that assurance that not only this is the guy who can probably take this stock without losing one, but also this is the character that's most, you know, robust in terms of the matchups we could potentially face on the other side. And that's the sort of strategic picking that I was talking about when I'm saying, you know, this is how you know, start giving yourself a lead.
Yeah, definitely. This is where you can start to try to turn the tide and have that kind of pivotal moment in the set, no matter how early it really is. We'll see. We got the Shulk, we got the Cloud are ready to go on town, and already first shots get in there from our resident Shulk player R, just R, up against Burst, who just has that one stock left and just going already on their way to potentially losing it.
Yeah, and like I said, the Smash Minato immediately comes out because if you know, Cloud is caught off stage here, that's just the game. And R is very aware of what they need to do to take this stock.
Absolutely. I mean, that sword range too. Cloud having some difficulty contesting with that for sure. And now gonna have some trouble landing against that up air. Just the devastating range of these attacks against, you know, Cloud's lack of mobility without that limit is totally an issue. Wow, great read.
Oh, she just knew. What? That's a fantastic bait from R. Doing the old, you know, jump back, but
great anti-air. Oh my god. Great anti-airs coming out here. That, I mean, Burst definitely wants to at least get some more damage done here. R has to be careful. There's really no reason now to lose this stock, but they do. That's a big win there for Burst.
Dude, Burst is one of the best back half players I've ever seen. This guy gets absolutely obliterated for the first, like, minute and a half, and then just makes the comeback in the next 25 seconds like it's nothing. Unfortunately, no ledge regrab there. Should be it. R gonna secure it, but you know he didn't want to lose the stock there.
No, definitely not. You never want to be going back to the ledge there as Cloud. And immediately lose your invincibility. Yeah, that's not bad. Smash Kittens still maintaining that lead there, but ever so minimally.
Ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly.
with the Shulk on the field, I'm interested to see who goes in next. How deep does this Kittens roster go?
Yeah, no, absolutely, right? Of course, the Cloud's already been used, and now you're thinking, all right, well, who can keep up with that Shulk, right? Because the Cloud's ankles were getting broken. They looked like they were in molasses compared to the Shulk. So what character do you kind of, want to use next? Do you use, someone like, using the Pikachu, who's able to run, maybe keep up? Or do you want someone who has items or some kind of way to wall them out? And I think that might be the way to go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and I think they're on the same page as me as well. The Kittens are gonna send in Isohel, the Link, and I think that's a smart play. I don't think any of the other options were particularly good. And despite Link being a slower character, the use of the boomerang and the bomb will allow him to sort of play a little bit outside of Shulk's range. And then, the versatility of Link's Nair as well will allow him to box a little bit as well. So Link has options here.
No, definitely, and is a bit more of a sturdier character weight-wise than Pikachu is, certainly. So this is... we'll see how it works out. Link can be a character that sets the pace of a match really well, but Shulk is very much the same way. So we'll see who wins that tug of war. We already see a couple stages are getting banned out here. It looks like PS2 and Battlefield might have already been taken out. Smashkins with just that one stock lead here. Again, loser semis staying alive, trying to in the playoffs.
Yeah, and this is kind of going the same way as the last one we saw, where for the first bit these matches were very, very close. There's no, off the hop of this, no clear favorite, and no clear player leading the charge. These guys are getting 2, 3, 4, nothing too crazy so far.
Yeah, right. Like there isn't like a Daybreak we're looking at here where they might start running away, or I guess in Daybreak situation didn't the last set, but the previous sets did.
Not a Foxinator.
Yeah, right. A Foxinator, but Daybreak as well. Yeah, Foxinator, Daybreak, exactly. Like players like that where we looked at immediately to say, okay, these are the players that, or they surprised us, where they take a lot of stocks all at once. You're right. Both of these teams, it's more of a team effort rather than having that star player, and we'll see how far that effort goes here in this effort.
Yeah, and like I said, I think this is definitely going to be, a little bit slower paced of a game. If Link tries to interact too much with Shulk, that's definitely a losing battle. You do not want to be within, close range of that Monado if you can help it. So I think we're going to see a lot of boomerangs come out, a lot of play around the bomb, and then just confirming off both of those things.
Oh, nice up B, but then just like that, R can get right back in his face, almost able to punish the up B on a cooldown despite how far away he was. That would have been big. Another one, stopped by that boomerang though.
Link's up B is such a strong move, and I think people don't talk about it enough. That move is frame 7 out of shield and kills. Like that is an insanely fast out of shield option for how strong it is.
And Buster just expiring there. There's an opportunity for for the Link Isohel to get in here. Oh, and no.
To get back, but gonna get caught out. This could be the stock. No! Doesn't anticipate the air dodge there, and the shield mode is coming out, getting R out of disadvantage. Smart stuff coming up out from R, but he's had a bit of a deficit here and goes deep for that down air.
Oh, wow, and that, you called it, that up B, super strong. Great idea to cover both sides on that roll. I mean, speaks for itself.
I really like what R is doing with those Monado changes. He switches to the shield to get out of the combo and then instantly switches to the speed mode to get himself even further away from the interaction. I think that's super cool to see out of him.
Oh, and that's going to be the kill confirm right there. So at R, 12% on their last stock. Isohel looking clean, still has a full 2 stocks to work with here, and is certainly commanding the stage. I mean, look at him just hiding behind that middle platform and then just throwing projectiles out. The coverage goes away, so it's not to make do without it. But that was a really good way to, maintain stage control and get some damage in.
Yeah, without a doubt, and I think, the Kittens now are in a pretty good position to put up a slightly bigger lead here. They haven't been winning by too much, but the thing about the crew battle format is if you keep winning little by little, you start extending your stock lead to something more significant.
Exactly, and this right here, ISL might be able to take out R without losing another stock. That would definitely be huge to start getting this lead going, get that ball rolling, and I, it's surprising to me because I was expecting, a lot less engagement here from ISOHEL, and he is very willing to have that fight up close and personal, is winning him too.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about this is it seems like R just can't get really anything of substance going. We've been seeing, R get a couple hits here, a couple hits there, but they're single hits. His advantage state is not extending past, just the initial hit. So, Isahel is able to capitalize on that. Whenever you're able to just reset neutral every time you're hit, you love that as a Link player because that's just more opportunities to do the same thing back. But unfortunately for R, Link's a little bit better at playing that tit for tat game than Shulk is. But no punish on that up B.
Wow, they're both just whiffing on each other here at high percents. How can you not? Gonna be able to get that grab. Not gonna be enough to kill off the up throw, but those bombs are getting closer and closer after every attempt. Great coverage there.
So bad. The bomb recovery coming out, and R looked like they anticipated it, but misses the punish. The bomb is out now. Isahel at the ledge. If R is able to take this stock, that's great news.
Yeah.
No way that worked.
Once you get him off stage, that bomb starts to come into play, and it goes through. A big pickup there for ISOHEL to make it a 2-stock lead here for the Smash Kittens. And now UT have to work with, a limited bench here. They've lost their Yoshi, they've lost their Shulk. Now their remaining players are working with Rob, King DUD, and Ness. So, I mean, looking at that, I can't help but look at, DDD as being a character that you got to really carefully work into this. But it looks like they're going to continue to hold it as the Rob is coming in instead.
Yeah, I think the Rob's a good pick here. I think, DDD, the big body, it's really hard to avoid the boomerang altogether. Mm-hmm. And it's really hard to deal with, really any sort of disjoint, because unfortunately DDD is slow and big. So I think, saving him for maybe the Bayo, the Pika, the Inkling, the better option there. And then also keeping the Ness in the back pocket, knowing that Ness probably beats or even with Pikachu and pretty solid against Inkling and Bayo as well. I think this is definitely the time to spend the Rob, get rid of this, get rid of the Link, and then make sure you have, semi-favorable matchups for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. And, this is something that we pointed out in the previous crew battle, where you don't want that lead to get too far away from you, because even your best players can't make up the craziest of deficits. And, you definitely don't want to save that Rob to the very end. Might be your potentially best player, best character, and they can't make up that huge lead, that huge deficit, because it's, like 7, 8, 9 stocks rather than 4 or 5 if you had brought them in earlier. And you make a good point about having, maybe the D2D for later. I think the D might be a good option for like Pikachu, who could just die early to some like dumb D2D nonsense, just by being a lightweight character. So that might be an opportunity if the Pikachu comes out. We'll see.
Yeah, and I think honestly, like if everything goes according to plan, I think the D2D would probably come out against the Bayonetta. Bayonetta, historically struggles to kill. D2D is arguably the hardest character to kill in the game. Just purely based on his stats. His gravity combined with his weight make him a little bit more of a challenge to kill off the top. And then his recovery being, quite solid, Bayonetta is going to have a tough time actually, gimping him either. So that just further secures how long he might be able to hold onto those stocks. And, the longer you hold onto a stock, the more chances you have to kill someone early.
Yeah, the more valuable you are in a crew battle. Yeah, I think we are about to get into this one pretty soon here as the bands continue. And it looks like we are going to potentially go to Smashville, I think, for our next stage here. So we're going into this pretty soon as we continue through this loser semi-final matchup. Thank you all for sticking with us. 11-9 for the Smash Kittens who mid-set made sure that we called them that, and since then they've had the lead.
Yeah, maybe it's the name, maybe maybe it's just sprinkled a little magic on it. I think the positive attitude's coming out, and we're here to have a little fun with it. I'm a Smash Kittens fan. I'll say that much.
Yeah, definitely love me some Smash Kitties, that's for sure, or kitties of any kind. But finally got this one underway. Both players almost at even strength starting this out. 2 stocks, of course, for our Link player out of UNIC. Wow. Smash Kittens. You know what? I'm just going to continue to go with Smash Kittens.
Call them Smash Kittens, baby.
Exactly. It's even better. Yeah, and honestly, not a bad start because they brought this Rob all the way down low and potentially could even things up stock-wise right here now.
Yeah, and I think, why they picked Rob here is because not only can Rob play that projectile... Oh, this is so bad! Do they realize that he has no jump? They do! But the bomb recovery comes out cut, and the Rob does not anticipate it, and no way!
Caught the jump, wow. All the way in that top corner. Catches the jump with the Nair. Way too close to the blast zone, but gets them back. Immediate kill, tag, return, and IceHell down to their last stock. And this is an opportunity here for IceHell to try and just get one more stock before they go down. They've already done a lot of work so far.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, on the opposite side, LSOE needs to make sure that they don't lose another stock here. Because as we've been saying, like, when you keep losing just little by little, that's when crew battle format gets out of hand. So this is an incredibly important stock for the rest of the crew battle. And no, tries to confirm the wrong combo off the bomb, but unfortunately Link's bomb doesn't have as much hit stun as the gyro, so that's not going to be a true combo effective and devastating.
Oh man. You know, a lot of landing situations here that are just not working out here for IceHell. Finally is able to get in with the Nair and then dropping the bomb to continue it. Keeps control in the corner. And the gyro...
Oh no!
What was that?
Just whiffed the up B. Unfortunate for LSOE. An SD at such a crucial moment. And IceHell is going to take that all the way to the bank. Now, instead of just taking that stock, IceHell's thinking about if this is winnable and goes for it.
Wow.
You're joking, and they make it back. Absolutely no right making it back there, but IceHell is making it happen. These bomb recoveries so clutch.
That was huge. Great Nair. I believe it was a forward air there to get that gyro away from them in the corner. That was huge from IceHell. A nice little detail. And now they've got the bomb right there on the ledge, forcing the roll in. But it's the down smash that sends them away. IceHell finally down for the count. And now it's just within 2 here for UT as they try to claw their way back against the Smash Kittens.
Oh, that was insane. IceHell, for those last, 15 seconds was just oppressive at the ledge, but luckily for UT, the roll-on Rob down smash comes in clutch. They're able to secure that stock before the bleeding gets out of control.
No, absolutely. That could have been pretty bad if IceHell was managed to get one more stock there and make it 9-6, and they almost did it. IceHell was bringing, LSOE closer and closer to kill percent at the end of that stock there. But yeah, now we have an opportunity for UT to continue this momentum and try to tie things up. Smash Kittens trying to decide which character they're going to throw out next. We know they have Pikachu, Inkling, and Bayonetta to work with here. Against, we just saw the Rob. Who do you think might be the best option?
Oh, I think it's I don't know. This is a tough pick. I think the Pikachu will probably be the best pick, and as I'm looking at it, the Pikachu is what is being picked. Twig is going to come in to try and finish off LSOE. I think that's the right pick. Inkling, I know historically Inkling mains have been very cautious of Rob, and I think Bayonetta, despite doing well against Rob, I think there's more room for error than there is with Pikachu. So hopefully for the Kittens, Twig is able to clean this up and actually put them at a 3-stock lead. But LSOE feeling the pressure the passion, the the hopes and dreams of UT. Is he gonna be the one to make a comeback here?
Yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, the Pikachu might be enough. I'm still worried because Pikachu's that light character that could, get hit by the stray side B. But, Inkling is also a type of character I've seen so many times get edge guarded by that gyro, that recovery, sometimes too linear to not deal with. So Pikachu probably the right pick here. We already see FD and Smashville have been banned for this next stage. So as these two teams try to coalesce on a decision here, we know what the characters are waiting for the stages. Yeah, I definitely agree with the Pikachu.
Yeah, and I think a big thing here, honestly, kind of a similar trend for a lot of these matches has been the early stock potential. And I think of all the characters they could have gone with here, Pikachu definitely has the highest early stock potential, specifically against Rob, being able to go deep off stage, get that down air, get a forward air, pretty deep in the blast, though, and the combos on Rob are a little easier because of how big he is. And I think that's kind of what they're hedging on here. They want to close out this last stock of LSOE pretty quick, and then, they can kind of coast off their lead to the end if need be.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I thought maybe they might throw the Bayo out because, Bayo might be able to just scoop up Rob, but you never want to deal with the gyros as Bayo either. Going to Kalos, so a lot of room to work with here. Definitely going to be expecting a ton of T-Jolts coming out from Twig, already starting things off. That's their way in against the Rob, and also a way to deal with those projectiles in the gyro.
Absolutely, and we're seeing early on here, the Nair loops not quite converting for the 60% that he could have gotten, but hey, you'll take 30. You'll take a safe 30 any day of the week, and this match, going back and forth so far, almost even percent on these guys.
And also, he definitely has to be careful that shield.
Oh, not again.
What? That happened earlier. Yeah, that was.
Oh, no.
Beefed it. You hate to see it, but it happens,
Hit your B
especially
button,
on Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
I was gonna go into a comment about something that could have happened, but didn't. As the result, you hate to see it happen. So LSOE going out certainly in a way they didn't want to, didn't expect to, probably, and certainly would like to have that back. But now,
that's a heartbreaker too, man.
Yeah.
You get all the way to loser semis and 2 stocks go by the way of SD. That's I know that's not the performance that they were looking for, and unfortunately, if you're the Smash Kittens, you're taking that all the way to the bank.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as they say, we take those, and for the Smash Kittens, they certainly have to take it. So now UT, they have 2 players left. It looks like they are going to be going with Rusky the Nest. So they have, I mean, that's the thing about this composition. Their last 2 players are Nest and King Dedede. That's not a good matchup spread right there for the remainder of this crew battle. King Dedede as it is, already a lot of issues. I think Nest is maybe not slept on, but certainly on online, on Wi-Fi at least, can be a nuisance, can be a problem. But
yeah, and
Pikachu should be able to deal with it though, I think.
Here's the thing, even offline, Pikachu players consistently list Nest as one of their hardest matchups.
Right.
So I think as far as composition goes, the Nest is about as good as it gets versus Twig. And I think what the idea is here, the Nest is able to take out the Pikachu, they throw the Inkling in, the Nest is able to, make a bit of a comeback versus the Inkling, and then the DDD is able to close it out versus Bayo just by living for a long time. I think that's where UT's hopes and dreams are lying right now, and I don't know if it's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that DDD part really is what worries me, right? Because, DDD might be able to live for a long time, but if he's not getting his shots in, it doesn't really matter. And against Bayonetta, it can definitely be hard to confirm damage. Or even, get any inputs out. So we'll have to see how well that works out. Gonna need like an FD, a Town, a Kalos to create room to throw out those Gordos to try to stop it.
Yeah, and the annoying thing about Bayo is that she can just instant afterburner kick the Gordos.
Yeah, exactly.
And because DDD is so big, it'll still hit you and should just get a 70% damage combo. So DDD definitely has to play pretty careful around Bayonetta, but the X factor is not dying. And so I think if, DDD is able to live to, and it's going to have to be like some 200% stocks. we could see a potential comeback, but if he loses his stock near 100 or sub 120 even, that's not the look that you need.
Absolutely not. And it looks like for a stage, we are going to be going to Final Destination, I believe, if I'm reading this correctly. So this is, I mean, Nest, this is a stage that we see Nest pick pretty often in a lot of scenarios. A lot of Nest mains love FD because you can just chain a bunch of moves, just carry people from coast to coast. No platforms getting in your way. So it's nice to have that option as the Nest. We'll see how well that works out against this Pikachu, though.
Yeah, and I think a really big thing about this matchup is Pikachu mains a lot of the time like to create space and like to create interactions behind T-Jolt. Because of how good that projectile is, following it on your way in just gives you that extra layer of safety, and it's one of the reasons Pikachu is so good. And Nest is able to so easily nullify that advantage using the PSI magnet to just absorb it and even gain health off of it. Twig is going to have to be very careful about abusing that T-Jolt a little too much, because it could come back to bite him.
You're already seeing a great tool here for Twig, though, is that forward air, that poke potential, a way to try to get in on Ness in midair and keep pressure on shields or potential shield poke potential or possibilities too. Definitely going to be seeing that worked in. You see, I mean, almost every time Twig jumps, forward air comes out.
Yeah, no doubt. And that forward air is surprisingly disjointed. If you actually go and look at the hitbox for that move, you'll see the electric that comes out of Pikachu's face is all hitbox. It's pretty much like a sword. And somewhat of a stalemate right there. So Rusty is forced to run in. Twig definitely not too worried about this lead.
Yeah, that definitely looked like it just lagged for a second pause to me. That's definitely been there before. You got to give your opponent a little room. Understandable. PK Fire opening up that ledge, gets back just barely away from that forward smash. Just like skimmed his toes there.
Oh, and the forward smash is such a good option at the ledge too. It covers so much.
Yeah, definitely. And has to be careful of these PK Fires in close quarters though, because that's an ample opportunity to get set up by this Pikachu.
Yeah, man, and we've seen a really nice game actually so far come out from Twig. When he's used T-Jolt, it's been very strategically. When Nest probably can't use a side magnet. And then otherwise, it's just been playing around, the forward air, been playing around the nair, been playing around most of the news that Nest throws out just to keep you in check.
Oh, and Rusky back to the ledge. Where's the answer? No jump from the ledge has been coming from Rusky most of the time. Until we get the roll. The up smash doesn't do it, but the dash attack does. Twig gets on the board first.
What a strange interaction that was. The up smash to shield, run forward, dash attack. The classic setup coming out of Twig. But Rusty, unfortunately, this is one of the players that really need to come out in the clutch, and losing that first stock is not the start that you needed to this match.
Oh, yeah. Starting to fish for that back air a little bit. Meanwhile, Twig looking for these drag down nairs to try to get a little bit of chain going. That yo-yo pokes right through and ejects Pikachu from that shield, but a dash attack into the forward smash to cover the landing. I mean, the reach, the disjoint is now almost getting into the head here of our Nest player. And now, Rusky looking for a way to kind of stop the bleeding a little bit, trying to get this first kill on the Twig, who's over 120% now.
Yeah, one of the things that Rusky's doing that's not totally working out right now is he's throwing out preemptive hitboxes. What I mean like that is, Rusky's throwing out a fair or back air on the assumption that Twig is going to run in and run into the move. But unfortunately, Twig is obviously having none of it. And, Rusky only able to just take that stock.
Looks like it might have been a little bit of another lag spike there, but no problem. Back into the action, grab, getting him a little bit of stage control. There's that chaining that we were looking for. Those forward airs just carrying the Pikachu out, but only able to get two, so it's not enough to maintain stage control. And that's damage right back to the Nest from Twig. As we keep things close, both at two stock, both players whipping shots. They're both outside, keeping outside of each other's ranges just barely. and you can look at just paying dividends where you're trying to stay just outside of their effective range and try not to take damage.
Yeah, and Rusty's done a really good job of putting themselves back in the game, but unfortunately, because of the position that his team left him in, good enough is, quite frankly, not good enough in this situation. And Rusty needs to put a little bit more on the board if they want to see his team make his comeback.
Oh, starting to swing with that baseball bat, doesn't land it, and certainly you can see that Twig's looking for a conversion off of that up B. Hasn't been able to do it, but the up smash works out. The shield comes out just in time, and that nest grab range is certainly leaves a bit to be desired there. The yo-yo coverage on that roll-in too.
Yeah, the roll on stage. Sometimes people forget that you can just get up attack that yo-yo, but the run-up smash. Catch Toy sleeping and Rusky. A real lead for the first time in this game. Can they make something huge happen? They're going to need to. Almost like a necessity to take this stock without losing the next one.
Oh, I mean, what if what if Rusky could maybe get another one before dying, but not gonna be able to do it. Now, still 7-4 in stocks. Yeah, Rusky, if this is huge, right? This might be the series decider if Rusky can't get this here, because leaving so many stocks for one player is going to be very, very hard to deal with for them to get back into it.
It not only is a very big ask, but it's a very big ask from a very big penguin that's very low in the field.
Yeah, who's bigger, the ask or the penguin? That's for sure. Oh, that forward smash again. We've seen it so many times. Just barely Rusky getting away from it. But this is looking dire.
Such a strong move at the ledge for Pikachu. Not only does that move kill insanely early, but at max range, it's pretty safe. Rusky smartly DIing out. Is not going to get hit with the Thunder there, but he's living on borrowed time. Fair at the ledge. Going to kill soon. F Smash will kill. A Thunder will kill. Dash attack will kill.
Oh, the drag down.
Will kill.
That was huge.
Unable to put the team on his back. Unable to take more than 2 stocks. Twig has put the Kittens in a prime position to win this set.
Yeah, definitely. The cream of the litter rises to the top for sure. That was big. I mean, Rusky started getting called out a lot by that Pikachu. A lot of rising aerials, just catching him, and wasn't able to confirm on any solid kills. We were looking at Pikachu maybe having some issues getting kills, but really no problem at all for Twig a lot of the time. And that drag down there looked like he was looking for that opportunity all series. Finally found the perfect opportunity to get it and nail a kill.
Yeah, I think one of the big things about Pikachu too, and one of the reasons he's so good, is he can struggle to kill at those lower percents. But when you get to like 130, 140 against Pikachu, like everything starts killing. And so when you have a lead like that, you just need to make sure you secure enough stocks. Because you have the lead, right? You just need enough to keep the lead. Pikachu's a great pick there because, like I said, once they do the damage, that stock is almost guaranteed.
And honestly, I think the series might be guaranteed right here. I mean, the Smash Kittens up 7-3. They have multiple players to work with here. So they have Twig, who very, very likely could get a stock at least on this DDD, right? And then you have an Inkling and a Bay. I mean, putting the Inkling aside, I really think the Bayonetta matchup is going to be an issue. But just regardless of the characters, when you have 7 stocks of just against the one player, and that one player is playing DDD of all characters, the clutch factor drastically goes down.
We're gonna have to see something big, and I think our resident DDD, Junk, that's a great tag too. Great tag for a DDD player. But I think Junk is aware of what needs to happen, so I think we're gonna see some Jet Hammer, some F Smash setups at the ledge. I think Junk realizes to put themselves back in this, he needs to make big plays. It's not unfortunately at this point, it's not whether or not you have the read. It's about whether or not you can make the play, because the play needs to be made. It just does. You're not going to out neutral Pikachu, Inkling, and Bayonetta for 7 stocks. It's not realistic.
It's not going to happen. Yeah, exactly. This is the time where you can't afford to not take those opportunities to get in this, to take the lead. Exactly. Stuff like that. This is just going to be, rough for a character who can, sometimes needs to slow things down and try to work their way back in piece by piece. Especially on FD where they're going to be able to throw Gordos out, but Pikachu has just as much room to work with. But we'll see. Can Twig knock a stock off or two, or are we going to get a flawless victory from the King Dedede?
Yeah, another unfortunate thing about this matchup is Pikachu's T-Jolt actually just straight up sends Gordos flying back. So the projectile that Pikachu is usually approaching with, just by its nature, invalidates one of DDD's best tools.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, and those T-Jolts already becoming an issue. You can see though, but that low weight of Pikachu is really the one concern I have, because only a few moves away and King Dedede has him at kill percent.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. I like what Junk is doing here. Not going too crazy, and I don't think this match they have to go too crazy because it's just the one stock. They just need to make sure that they secure that stock, but the up smash not coming out quite quick enough. I think you play this safe at the ledge.
No.
That's the way to King Dedede coming in right there. That definitely would have killed Nest.
Oh yeah, it definitely would have, but this is that dash attack definitely would have killed the Pikachu, I think.
Oh my gosh! And Junk, so unfortunate, just missing multiple kill moves, but staying alive, will not lose a spot. That's so big.
That's that one piece at a time, one step at a time, right? That's it. That was step one, right? And now you got to parlay it to the next one. You get that first win, but that's the thing. You did it against the Pikachu, but that Pikachu brought you to last stock, last hit. Obviously, you're already on last stock, but last hit. So you got to imagine that the Inkling and the Bayonetta are probably going to do something similar here. Can you stay alive for 6 stocks, on your 3 against both Inkling and Bayonetta? That's the ask. That's huge.
Yeah, we saw there. He did live to 155, so that's what I was saying. Junk cannot afford to be dying 120 or below. You just can't.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we saw an example there, playing it safe, making sure you get back to the ledge, going high, using those multiple jumps to, mix up your recovery. Stuff like that is what you have to be doing to make sure that you don't get hit by anything too huge.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see what these teams go with for their team selection. It can't be that big of a decision. I'm sure they're spending more time on the stage being selected than the player being sent out here.
They're sending out the Inkling.
They are sending out the Inkling. Yes, so yeah. SVP going to be sent out there. I think that's probably the best idea. They're probably more confident in the Bayonetta against the Dedede, so figure let's send the Inkling out first, see what damage can be done there. The Bayonetta is almost guaranteed to clean up. I think that's probably the thought process.
Yeah, and like I said, Inkling and Bayonetta, arguably 2 of the characters in this game that do struggle to kill the most. People, kind of a common known fact, and DDD being as heavy as it is, I just have to keep harping on it. That is the X factor. If UT wants to come back in here, these stocks need to have insane value.
Yeah, and particularly DDD versus Inkling. DDD can definitely deal with Inkling's recovery. Gordos can get in the way of that for sure. Can go ham with Nair as well and down air to really challenge that. But I'm thinking about those ink bombs, right? I'm thinking about just splattering paint on that DDD to make him more vulnerable, take more damage. That's really where you might not get those big hits like DDD's going to be landing, but the Inkling is going to be able to get that residual damage and be able to chip you down over time and then run away and continue to do so. That's really where I think this matchup is going to come down to. The crux of it is, will the DDD be able to keep up with the Inkling as they're doing that residual damage, that chip damage over time?
Yeah, not only that, but Inkling Roller has the capacity to take stocks very early. Mm-hmm. And if that move, specifically if Junk is not, comfortable dealing with that move in an effective way, that could be a really big problem. Because you can't be, just be frank, you can't afford to get hit by that move.
Oh, definitely not. And University of Texas at Austin can't afford to lose this DDD. That's their last 3 stocks potentially in this playoff bracket for the season entirely. They gotta stay alive if they want to make it to losers finals. Meanwhile, the Smash Kittens, they've got the Inkling and the Bayonetta ready to go. And things are close here, but SVP Piley takes the lead, avoids that up smash, and takes stage control.
I love the confidence to go for that up smash, though. That's the answers I want to see, but getting it, no! And that, it just breaks your heart.
Yeah, you can't be overcommitting at the ledge like that. Like, especially against Inkling, you were just talking about roller. And of course, if you're going to be whiffing that hard, the roller is going to get you. And he was already super inked up too, so he was taking extra damage, extra knockback, whatnot. Yeah, that was not the best look. And now SVP gets a great opportunity to do some extra credit here.
Yeah, and like we were saying before, this guarantees that their last player does not have to go in versus a full stock player. No matter what, UT is at a disadvantage, but you know the rest of this game is going to determine as to how much, or as to if you know the last player even needs to come out.
Ooh, nice back air there. And now keeps things, I would say, relatively close, right? The Inkling can definitely die earlier than the DDD, so certainly won't say that he's completely out. Oh, wow. Oh, just like that.
That did
just like that.
Sense.
Oh, and another Gordo.
The ledge trapping right now. This has to go big. Oh, no. He'll make it back, but caught in a scary position there. You don't want to get reversaled by Inkling. Actually, missing the tech there saves his life.
Yeah.
Tactical miss tech, but whiffing again on the stuck.
Oh, and that, I mean, this would still be big if they're able to get this kill on SVP before going down, but I mean, they got the only way really that Junk that Junk gets this is if they win this without losing another stock. So they got to get this kill and another one at 145 HP or percent. It's doable, but I mean, now this is such a huge order here for the DDD. Can they bring it back? Can Junk do it at 156 or higher?
It was a good start, confirming the Gordo, but the splat bomb into the down smash. The coverage is too much for DDD's big body, and with that, only one stock remains for UT. The Smash Kittens looking like they've all but secured this, but Junk fighting with everything they've got left. Team's dreams on the line. They trusted this man with everything, and he's doing his best to deliver.
Oh, I mean, this is how comebacks start. This is how dreams are made and realized. Oh, man, if that Jet Hammer connected, that would have been crazy. Still, though, I mean, SVP can get back and just string a bunch of attacks to get that at stage control. It's exactly what they need to start getting that paint to fly. But this is very risky, challenging the TV on the platform like that when you get killed off the top.
Yeah, that was some interesting pressure there. Actually calling out the air dodge, but not getting the falling up air confirmed. Had the roll read, but cancels. SVP not confident. That would have been the entire set.
Oh, and trying to go for the roll around at the corner, but Junk's all over it now. SVP very well into kill percent there. Very risky cross up here, and you could tell. I mean, Junk is just ready and waiting to let that trap loose, but SVP, very slippery. And there's the back air. Gets it. Not enough. The DI is enough.
Holy crap. Poor DDD, man. That will do it, though. The Gordo. The mix-up on the timing using the stock. One stock remains on the board. It's not looking good, but it's not looking impossible.
It's not looking good, but it's looking like something. It's looking like anything right now, because earlier, I mean, this guy was up against 7 stocks. It was 7-3, taking out 2 players for those stocks. But that's the thing, the trade-off was you know, a couple of stocks of their own. 1 stock left, right? I mean, are they able to take out 3 stocks of Bayonetta, a character who can continue to throw out hitboxes without much, without much commitment against a huge character like DDD?
Like I said, it's not looking good, but it's not looking impossible. And if Junk is able to make some of these bigger plays work, I've seen stocks fly at about 40-50%. There is a world where he comes back. But, you know, being the anchor on the team, it's obvious that they have enough confidence, the Kittens have enough confidence in Fade to close this one out.
Absolutely. And, looking for ways in for his DDD. Of course, the Gordo, as you said, that afterburner kick, likely going to reflect that back. Going to be looking for, up tilts against the Bayonetta cross-ups. Going to be looking to try to get Bayonetta in the corner to try to land some Gordo, something like that. I mean, really, if you're Junk, you're thinking, how do I find a way in? How do I get the key to unlock this door? We're going to PS2. U of T at A. Are they going to be able to survive on the back of this penguin with one stock left?
The hopes and dreams, everything riding on Junk's performance right now, and it has to be an outstanding performance, and this is not the start that you wanted to see. 60% already on Junk and almost taken off the top, very luckily falling out of that, but Junk has not gotten anything started for 90%, and with only one stock to work with, this went from bad to worse.
I mean, that's the thing, is that Bayonetta against DDD, you have almost the biggest margin of error possible. Like, you can make so many mistakes and still come out on top. Your DDD, you make one mistake, that's 60%, that's 70%. You make another mistake, you're at kill percent. And look at that, again, a whiff dash attack, and all of a sudden the percent starts to rack up. Oh, and the boot.
Wait,
that's it.
Wow,
I did not expect that to kill.
I don't think that should have killed.
The Kittens are certainly happy about that. Out of UIUC, the Smash Kittens taking it convincingly to move on to losers finals.
Yeah, that was a very good look from Smash Kittens, and I'm sure they're happy with that performance. A full 3 stocks at the end, and like I said, when you keep winning by a little bit more, and you keep winning by a little bit more, and you keep winning by a little bit more, eventually you put yourselves in these situations where, you're a decent bit ahead and you can afford to play around a little bit. And I think Smash Kittens, showed us that to a T. That was a team effort all around. There was no, super outstanding player on Smash Kittens, but rather the team was outstanding.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we were talking earlier how, we haven't had MVPs. We've had, team players, and we're going to have some replays of those team players coming your way right now, as we had a great series. And of course, going all the way back to the beginning, Studs and Burst to kick things off, the Yoshi versus Cloud.
I forgot about that.
Put a finishing touch right at the beginning of that series.
Yeah, man, and like I said, so many of these stocks, so many of these kills are just consistent play. These guys so good, knowing what they had to do to get the job done and making it happen. Seeing the real poor LSOE. Having to relive that one, unfortunate. And there's the second one, unfortunately. It looks like LSOE actually expected to land on the stage there and ended up buffering an air dodge.
Yeah.
A Smash Ultimate Classic.
Hate to see it. And of course we see here Rusky. Oh, love to see that. The yo-yo kills, but it was Twig who really put in a lot of work as that Pikachu, and then it went to Junk, all the way down to Junk, who got it done on the Inkling, got it done against the Pikachu, and came close, but no cigar against the Bayonetta. But what a performance otherwise.
Yeah, Junk had a great day, and it's unfortunate, part of this, team scenario is, it can't just be you having a great day. And unfortunately for Junk, he can go home and say, yeah, I had a great day, but, we didn't win. And I think, as a team, I think that brings you back stronger. I think, we got good bones. All right, that was close. That was winnable. A couple more things go our way, and that's our match to win. And
Absolutely.
So I think UT probably disappointed with the loss there, but you can't be too disappointed because you were competitive the whole time, and the next tournament you're coming back stronger.
Yeah, I mean, making it to top 4, that's absolutely an achievement, but we still have more stuff on our way because we have losers finals coming up We have the Smash Kittens versus Michigan for losers finals. Don't go anywhere. More HyperX and Twitch student bringing you some CSL Esports Smash Ultimate Crew finals right at the end of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. After a short break, we return for more CSL Esports Smash Bros. Finals. We've cut down to the top 3 contenders in this in this Collegiate League season. I'm joined here, my good friend Dak. to see the rest of these games.
I'm ready. Yeah, it's been, for us, we've had 2 sets for everybody. It has been a long day of Smash, and we are getting into the final stretch here as we have the losers final matchup between the Smash Kittens out of UIUC against Michigan. We've been waiting in losers finals for a little bit here, so we'll see. Are they warmed up? Are they cold? We'll find out against the Smash Kittens, who just had a pretty solid series in their own right, coming right out of that. We'll see how that affects the series coming into the losers finals.
Yeah, the Smash Kittens are going to be warm, but we're going to see, if the data was gained from Michigan. Were they watching? Were they taking notes? And is that going to be the difference maker? But before we do that, a quick shout out to our sponsors, Twitch Student and HyperX, coming in as clutch as they've ever been, making this tournament possible. And I'm so glad they did. So far, it's been nothing but hits.
Absolutely. And speaking of hits, we're going to hit the bracket real quick here to see how things are going so far. First off, the winners bracket. Of course, we have UTD waiting in grand finals. They had 5 stocks after their victory over Michigan, who we are about to see in a few moments here. And UTD also had 5 stocks when they defeated UIUC earlier in the bracket. So both of these teams will be in a rematch scenario if they make grand finals against UTD.
Not only that, but a fairly dominant rematch scenario. UTD looking like the strong favorite coming into this grand finals. They're definitely going to be the ones to beat, but we can't get there without seeing this matchup first. UIUC making the bracket run of their life to get to this losers finals.
Yeah, I was about to say their logo kind of looks like the FaZe Clan logo when it's kind of cropped like that. That kind of threw me off for a second. Yeah, look at that run by the FaZe Kittens, by the Smash Kittens there, all the way down Emory, MSU, UT, and now Michigan here. A run and a half for sure. It'll make 4 consecutive sets in losers if they are able to take this and move on to grands. That's an accomplishment in its own right there. Very much looking forward to this series, especially considering they haven't had particularly close series either, right? I mean, the Smash Kittens, they won with 6 stocks left, 3 stocks left, 3 stocks left. So they're looking pretty good coming into this series.
Yeah, you're definitely feeling good about those score lines. No one is taking you down to the wire. There's been no situations where it was do or die for any of these players. So both teams coming in pretty hot. Every game they've won has looked pretty solid, but losing to the same team, it's hard to call this one.
Oh, definitely. I mean, and it's actually great. Yeah, you can see here, they're actually apparently both in the same conference, both tied for a 2nd seed. That's not bad at all coming into this one. Yeah, I really don't know how to call this on paper, right? Like looking at these 2 teams coming into it, both strong. Again, in the wins that they took, they both lost to UTD. So, I mean, that's something that's happened to many of these teams in this bracket, so certainly not indicative of their performances necessarily. It looks like PS2.
Yeah, Michigan is the 1st seed. So both these guys coming from
there we go.
Conference, there's got to be a rivalry here. There has to be.
Yeah, there has to be for sure. I was wondering how they both had the same seed there. Going back here, of course, yeah, this is the team that we saw before. This was Daybreak and friends, but honestly, I don't even think it's fair to say that because we've seen some stellar performances from the rest of the roster for sure. The entire team has been playing well, but yeah, I mean, Okoro on that Joker, really solid. Hawk was looking great on the Ike, better than we expected. And of course, Daybreak.
Very impressive on the Rosalina. Taking a lot of stocks of one of UTD's best. On the other side, we saw very consistent play across all of the Smash Kittens. All of these guys were getting theirs and a little bit, and getting theirs and a little bit, right? And so the team play is definitely there for the Smash Kittens. All of these guys are solid across the board.
Absolutely. I think Michigan might have more of that star power in Daybreak, but it's these kind of, players that you might sleep on coming out of the Smash Kittens side that could end up, spelling doom and disaster for you. I mean, for example, we had, obviously Fade was looking really great on the Bayo. ISO Hell surprised me on the Link as well. Yeah. Very solid play on that Link. and making the most of, a really solid. I mean, a character that doesn't have the best matchup spread a lot of the time. Really, really clutch, and those projectiles are really helpful coming in with the counter pick. And yeah, it looks like we are going to be getting into our next map, our next series, our next stage. I say map because I'm used to calling Valorant on here, but we're doing stage.
Don't worry, I got it.
Yeah, it throws me off, man. I'm like, oh, when are we going? When are we going to bind? When are we going to extend? We're not. We're not though. But yeah, it looks like we are going to be heading into a match momentarily here. Any expectations, any predictions otherwise, based on what we've seen?
Predictions? I think it's so hard to call. Also, hey, Linus and Hawk, it's their birthday.
Oh, well, happy birthday to Linus and Hawk. That's
and
awesome.
Hawk. If you're in the chat, give Linus and Hawk a birthday shout out. I believe I've been reading that they're twins. That's why they're on the same account. I could be mistaken, but give them a shout out. The homies. Happy birthday, Linus and Hawk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure that they would love to get a huge win here, right? And take it all the way on their birthday. That's a gift and a half.
Yeah, no doubt. But now we're seeing Hawk, the starting player from Michigan, and ISOHEL, the starting player for the Smash Kittens. Mm-hmm. I think that's interesting. Hawk, we saw him on the Ike. Character's not confirmed for this one quite yet, and ISOHEL was on the Link. I think that's a fairly even match, but in both these guys, probably pretty close skill-wise. I don't know how to call this one at all.
Yeah, and we know Hawk is starting. We know ISOHEL starting too. So likely that Ike Link matchup. Yeah, I think right now they are now going to be moving on. Finally, looks like we're going to be kicking things off in just a few moments here as things are getting updated on the bracket side of things. But yeah, I think both of these teams have definitely. I mean, this is top 3, right? So these teams have clearly proven themselves. They've clearly shown that they deserve to be here. And honestly, on paper, they're honestly pretty close. I think it's these two teams and then UTD, and it's okay. Can we learn? Can we succeed here enough to try to bring something into that next matchup? Because again, both these teams have already played UTD. So not only does UTD have the winning matchup experience against them, but they're probably watching this right now. All of this happens. So they got to have that in the back of their minds.
This is a really big momentum swing for both of these teams. They need to come out of this confident, and they need to come out of it swinging if they want to put up against a solid fight against UTD. Because both of them didn't do so well. There's adjustments that need to be made from both these teams. So this is the point to prove it. This is where you need to say, I'm good enough to win.
Absolutely, and this is why not do it right now? The Ike and the Link on PS2 already squaring off and at bouts, but immediately ISOHEL coming out on top with that first 43% thrown out on Hawk.
Yeah, a quick 43, but not too much after. ISOHEL definitely playing the slower game here, wants no part of that Ike Nair and no part of these Ike throw combos. Link is going to get comboed for a very long time by a lot of those moves, especially without a good combo breaker.
Ooh, has to respect that boomerang, and then right after with the dash attack, well placed. Not going to be enough to kill, but certainly has to be. Look at all those rolls coming out immediately. You can tell that he's shook. You can tell. And now it's bringing within 30% there. Oh, nice catch. Wow, that confirmed off that platform. Wow, that was nice as well.
Great game knowledge to know that forward tilt was going to scoop from all the way back here. That's as good a confirm as you could get. And catching the neutral get up with the forward air, the timing on that is much harder than it looks. Very impressive from ISOHEL. Put themselves in an early lead, but this is just as close as I thought it would be.
Oh, and that boomerang just really not only shutting down the follow-up that could come from Hawk, but it makes it hard for him to also approach too. So this is really all ISOHEL right now, though it's still more than doable. ISOHEL is at kill percent for sure, especially against Ike, but just the pressure on both sides here from these projectiles is way too much at the moment for Hawk to deal with.
And ISOHEL always just seems to have a bomb in the right place. I don't know what it is, but there's more value and disadvantage out of this bomb than I've seen from a ton of players. Very impressive stuff from ISL, and it's allowed him to keep this stock until 140% against Ice with the falling up air. A little bit of a tricky option coming out from Hawk. Catches ISL off guard.
Oh, that bomb just out of range. Gonna have some issues getting in though, and the bomb almost set back up on the other side there. It'll just barely whiff, but I mean, Hawk is taking so much damage just trying to get back towards Link that it's almost, you know, all for naught there. Now above 100%, almost gets punished on the platform, but doesn't. But ISL certainly has his number. Getting a little greedy there, going in with what looked like either a bomb pull or a boomerang pull mid-jump, but still doing the damage that needs to be done to eventually get this kill.
Yeah, and ISL is looking for some big plays here, trying to read jump-ins with up air. Hawk not quite giving it to him. A couple whiffs there. It can be a little challenging to find that kill move with Link if you're not getting that up B. And, you know, Hawk definitely lucky that that up B didn't kill, because now it's in the back of his mind. He's worried about it, and he knows he can't just attack shield willy-nilly.
Oh, great spacing there by ISL, just trying to bait Hawk into making some kind of commitment in close corners, potentially get hit by that up B. Now the back air just slowly whittling down, especially with that, the boomerang sets him right up to get hit by that up tilt.
Yeah, I mean, something that ISL does so well is throwing out the bomb and throwing out the boomerang as option coverage tools. Like, what I mean by that is when he throws those options out, you instinctually want to play around them. You want to jump around them. You want to shield them. And what ISL does a really good job at is realizing what those options you're inclined to pick are and covering those with his actual moves.
Oh, boomerang again has to respect it. Able to get in there and work a shot in. Not enough to kill. ISL gets back in, gets the get-up attack, and that affords them enough room to get under that platform. That's where ISL certainly feels safest, able to get those boomerangs and bombs out below that coverage from above.
Yeah, Hawk is definitely swinging right now. He's looking for that back air, looking for some sort of kill move. I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw a dash attack come out soon. And as I speak it, so it shall be. The dash attack comes out. ISL not expecting it. That dash attack is surprisingly hard to react to.
Oh yeah, and then on Wi-Fi, I mean, you're just adding to the madness there.
Yeah, literally unreactable now.
Oh, and Hawk just continuing to put the pressure on this platform. Just nowhere safe to be here for this Link. ISL, though, returns the favor, gets that up air, and still trying to create some space, trying to get some room between them to start putting some more projectiles out, but Hawk's saying no.
And Hawk doing a really good job right now catching ISL's overextensions. ISL this last stock is getting a little anxious. The safe gameplay that we saw the first two stocks isn't quite there as much, and Hawk called him out for about 70%.
Oh, wow, that could have been a trade that Hawk would like to have back. ISL gets him off stage, forcing to the platform. A whiff dash attack there could have spelled disaster, but the punish did not come through. Hawk still trying to figure out a way onto the stage, but it's not working out here. ISL is all over him, trying to peek and poke at that shield. Still doing damage here. Might be enough to kill close, but Hawk is continuing to stay in here. So much weight you gotta throw over that top rope. Oh, and the dash!
Oh my gosh! Hawk ate boomerangs to the face for 45 seconds and said, "Brother, you're just giving me rage, and I don't mind." The bomb recovery to get back on the stage, and the bold grab will the up throw do it? It does!
Wow, that is a damage boost if I have ever seen one. Has to have some speedrunner blood in them. The bomb recovery boost to get back on stage, puts them in position for the up throw, which kills off the top and it gives them the lead. Smash Kittens, starting off strong, one stock up.
Yeah, oh, hey, they're feeling good about that, you know? Like I said, their style of what we saw, take one more, win by a little, keep it consistent. Don't be dropping stocks, but keeping on, progressing your lead little by little. ISL off to a good start in that regard.
And it looks like we might even have a replay here potentially coming in. And there it is. Thank you very much. You can see that the tail end of that up B there too. A tool used very often in there, but wow.
Oh!
The coverage with the bomb, and then I believe that was like an extension
Yeah, so the
on the
bomb
forward air.
extended the hurt box on the forward air, giving Ice the Hell a little more wiggle room in terms of hitting the timing on that neutral getup. Might not have needed it, but just a nice thing to have. Very smart play.
And there's the up throw to finish it off. And that is going to be that first segment of this loser's final crew battle here. Michigan down by a single stock. Of course, we've seen teams come back from worse than that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Nothing to be too shook about. But if you're the Smash Kittens, you're not mad about that. You're liking where this is headed.
yeah, definitely. Hawk is definitely a player that has put in some solid work previously in the previous sets there. So, to take him out, not too shabby. But Daybreak is waiting in the wings. I mean, the conversation is certainly about when do you break out Daybreak, right? When do you keep him towards the end? You try to get him in here to start, keeping yourself in the game. We saw previously that Daybreak seemed to come out before that anchor position. So I'd
Yeah.
like to think that's probably going to be the case here too.
Yeah, I'm interested to see when they bust him out because it doesn't feel like the Smash Kittens has that like star player, but rather a consistent roster.
Mhm.
The option of when to bring out Daybreak could be more matchup focused.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that we come into this, we see, well, does Daybreak, deal with the Pikachu, right? The Bayo, the Inkling, those kind of characters. Uh, Certainly, none of them are like obvious, like, oh, easy choice, like gonna dominate them. Even like Burst is in the cloud, but still, a bunch of different options there. Looks like Michigan is going to be sending in Linus. So Hawk first, Linus second. Linus, who
Yeah,
started previously as the Rosa.
similar to what we saw against Dallas, but swapped up a little bit. Hawk first instead of Linus, but Linus is one of the players that impressed me the most against Dallas, and despite only taking two stocks,
Mhm.
I saw something there. My third eye was like, this guy's got a little more to show us, and so I'm interested to see if he's able to come out. And my suspicion is correct about this guy because I think he's potentially a player that goes big.
Yeah, the Rosa from Linus was pretty solid against. I believe it was Karma or Karza. I believe it was the Rob that they
Yeah,
played really solid against. And it essentially came down to that up air at the end, right? Like it took on either way. So last time we saw this guy very solid on the Rosa. Um, Probably going to be doing just as solid in this next one, which hopefully we're jumping into soon. As the teams are now doing their stage bans here. Looks like Smashville and Lilat have already been eliminated from the running. No surprise there.
yeah.
Um, I'm not sure where we'll go, but yeah, we're not going there.
I feel like in 2021, maybe going into 2022, we've transcended the need for Lilat. I think.
Yes, Lilat is out of
Yeah,
vogue. Yes.
yeah. We can look at it and be like, what were you doing there, you silly goober? You silly guy. But Linus coming in now against Isahel. Isahel's main goal right here, as we've been saying, take this stock. Keep the lead going. As long as they get one, they're still winning. The game plan is exactly where they want it to be. And so smart right there. Actually blows the bomb up as Rosalina uses the gravitational pull. Such a smart play coming up from Isahel, showing that they have at least some matchup knowledge here.
Ooh, and that cross up. That's the thing too, is that with a little bit of wave bounce flavor, a little bit of finesse, the Link can get some nice movement and cross up against the Rosalina. But Luma makes the trade potential always a threat, always an issue that Link has to deal with.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because, despite Luma being such a factor, Link Nair and Link Forwarder are actually very strong kills at killing Luma. Combined with the bomb, I can see Isahel not having too big a problem getting rid of Luma. It's just a matter of if he's able to capitalize while it's not there.
Absolutely. And Linus, of course, trying to get this kill down without losing a stock of their own, but Link themselves is pretty stocky. Linus having a bit of an issue trying to confirm this kill. All these projectiles, I mean, that's the thing. Gravitational pull, you can use it, but it's hard to capitalize. You're just shutting it down still. The Link can continue to throw projectiles out. And That's why you're probably not even seeing too much of its usage.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Rosalina suffers a little bit of Mewtwo-itis, where they're a huge character, but the weight does not reflect how big they are, and that can lead to some really early stocks.
But will it be early enough here for our Link player? Trying to get at least one and done. The up smash, not going to be enough there, but has to be very careful on that bomb. Chasing the bomb almost. That was wild.
Yeah, this is so scary. Getting really greedy on those pummels. And Line is playing this so safe. They do not want to lose this stock. But ISL in prime position at the ledge. The next up air, the next up smash will do the trick from Rosalina. But ISL playing around it so well.
Oh, no. No, the spacing is just not there. And we knew that the Rosa was looking for up smashes, had already thrown them out in neutral previously. You know it's going to be used as a kill option, and indeed it is. We're all tied up.
And I actually think that might have been some low profiling going on there. When Rosa goes for the up smash, she ducks down a little bit. And it actually looked like she may have ducked just underneath that hit of fair to sneak around and get that up smash. Very big play coming up with Linus. And it's tied right back up.
Tied right back up indeed. You love to see it, love to keep things close. Now we have, of course, a look at our next players here potentially. We have that, we have Hawk out, we have ISO Hell out. So Fade, the Bayonetta, still waiting in the wings. SVP, the Inkling, Twig on Pikachu, and Cloud coming out from Burst. We haven't seen a decision out just yet. Against the Rosalina, I think the Cloud might be a great option.
Yeah,
I think we'll probably end up seeing Cloud. Just, you know, that big sword does wonders against Rosalina. I think right there is enough.
Yeah, Cloud was definitely her worst matchup in Smash 4, and despite this being a different game, a lot of those principles carry over. Cloud has some very strong tools against Rosalina. The one thing that she really does have in that matchup is the edge guard potential. Rosalina's down air, especially the Luma portion of the down air, sends so far out that, you know, you can potentially be gimping Cloud at, you know, 30-40%. That's the X factor you have to worry about.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that's the thing, is that Cloud could definitely go down early. You know, Pikachu can as well. So it's a composition that we know is successful, but at the same time has its weaknesses, has its flaws potentially. And we'll see if that kind of comes into play here. But looks like we are going to be getting into our picks and bans hopefully soon here. We're still waiting on that to be figured out, as, I mean, of course, we've made it so far into this bracket. Every decision is crucial, right? Like, you want to spend as much time as you can on picking which player you're going to use, which bands you're going to make, which stage you're going to select. So, you know, every second, every moment is crucial.
And it's looking like Burst. We called it again. We're pretty good. We're pretty good at this. We
Not
felt
bad, yeah.
on this one. It's looking like Burst is going to be going in next. That's who we're going to see. Probably the Cloud coming out. I know Burst plays a couple of characters, but I suspect the Cloud. Cloud's a good pick versus Rosalina.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, will he be able to get as much value as he did in that first group? Both these teams slightly switching up their starting roster, but staying fairly true to it.
Well, you mentioned maybe sticking with the Cloud. Apparently, Burst is going Dark Pit instead.
All right. Yeah.
Well, this has to be, you know, certainly a character that I would have to assume that they switched off of to start playing Cloud more often and more recently, but a character they have in their back pocket, Dark Pit. Didn't expect that because, as you said, Cloud does pretty well against Rosa on their own, so it seems like there isn't a need for the Dark Pit. But there's one thing that I've noticed in all collegiate kind of esports, saw it in Valorant. You know, players will go with what they're comfortable with, right? They go with what they prefer. And if they're comfortable in this matchup with another character, even if it might make sense to go Cloud, if they're more comfortable with Dark Pit, they're going to do it because that's where, you know, that's what's gotten them this far.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point to make. Is this game is not all matchups, right?
Mhm.
There's player matchups to consider. What characters are they comfortable with what characters? There's experience. Have they played this matchup before with this character? And then there's just confidence in certain characters that you have, and confidence that you can get the job done. Maybe Cloud was a better choice on paper, but for all we know, the Pit is the way to go. The Pit is, hot, ready, confident. Pit has options in this matchup. So, I don't think it's a bad choice. I don't think it's a bad choice at all. And I think he's making that choice for a reason.
Absolutely. And it looks like we have FD and Town as our bands for this next upcoming stage, which means we will be going to the pick coming out from UIUC. The Smash Kittens have gone with Smashville for this next matchup. And yeah, a Dark Pit, that's not, I mean, I think it's the first time that we're going to be seeing, potentially the only time we're going to be seeing this character on the broadcast today.
Yeah,
If I
definitely,
thought I missed it.
definitely an off pick. Definitely an off pick. But the amazing thing about off picks in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is that if you catch someone sleeping on their matchup knowledge, you can make stuff happen pretty quick. And there's a couple tricks Pit has to get the job done that could be the difference maker here. Specifically, that side B being a potential factor at about 60-70% with a little bit of rage.
Yeah, not only that, the side B, but Dark Pit, some good juggle potential, has, good cross ups, has Nair to work with. And despite, obviously arrows might not be the best option in a lot of scenarios, can still be really good when Rosalie is recovering.
Absolutely, absolutely, and a big thing too is maybe Burst was worried about the Gimp potential against Cloud, so instead opted for the Dark Pit, a little bit less likely to get Gimp. And as I'm watching right now, Dark Pit dash attack actually kills Luma by the ledge, so maybe that's why this was picked. That'll be a very strong option for eliminating Luma.
Absolutely. And we already have a significant lead here for the Dark Pit. Over 70% right now. The down smash at the ledge and then going for the side B. That was, getting reckless there.
Yeah, Burst saying, letting them know, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid to pick some options, and I'm not afraid to press some freaking buttons. You better be worried about it.
Well, that's the thing. You spent 50, 60 bucks on the game. You bought a Switch. You spent 300 bucks on that. You spent money to press those buttons. You press those buttons.
I didn't spend $300 to not do down smash side B with Pit. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. And you get your money's worth.
Taking the first stock, a very good look from this Pit. Able to deal with the Luma fairly effectively, but Linus setting up this trap at the ledge doesn't quite get it and lets that up smash rip a little too early. It's gonna be hard to time that up smash against the multiple jumps of Pit. Another, kind of tricky thing in this matchup if you're not used to it.
And there goes Luma once again, giving this Dark Pit another opportunity to get back in. Burst does indeed do so, and that Nair, I mean, that's such an issue for a tall character like Rosalina. Luma can't necessarily stop that either, so it almost feels like every time a Nair comes out, it's almost a guarantee. Wow, staying alive all the way in that top right corner, still in this one.
The roll on makes it happen, adding 63%. 81 Burst is getting an insane amount of value out of this stock, but the reversal from Linus. Burst a little too happy to go for that down air, doesn't check his privilege at the door, and Linus says, I'm taking you out.
Oh, that's the thing. Rosa can get dealt with off stage, but very rapidly can get to the ledge if you're not prepared. And that side B coming out gets punished accordingly. And Burst has to be careful. That side B is a great option, but that's another great way for Linus to get back into this and deal some solid damage. But from the ledge, Linus able to get back. I was about to say having some trouble, but no, the roll in and the grab, and now they have stage control.
Yeah, Burst was definitely in a very bad spot for a second there. That up air putting him near the top of the screen. Thankfully, able to get down, but Linus now is the one turning this game back in their favor. The dash attack will do it. Potentially some suspect DI there, but Pit's dash attack being one of the fastest in the game, it's hard to anticipate. Oh. An amazing tech on the down air. Burst is in this to win this right now as he looks for some extra credit.
Oh, and you can see there, yeah, Linus is a little shook to be standing that close to Burst with this Dark Pit. Condition him well to get out of those close quarters positions, allowing, not a death there, but allowing Burst to get some more damage at range. Nice, another Dark Pit arrow comes out, and now there's just more of that extra credit you were talking about. Close quarters, and again, Linus getting out of there without doing anything, but that Nair not safe on shield, gets punished by the up smash.
Very good awareness from Linus to know, okay, Burst is getting aggressive. He's getting impatient. Let's just play back. Let's play safe, and let's secure this stock. And now, 44% Linus is right back in this game. Hello? Do you see, you see that hitbox?
I mean, you said he was right back in this game, and you were proven wrong. Oh, that's something V. That's huge.
2 colossal side Vs, a suspect hitbox later, and Burst is saying, "Shut up, nurse. I've been in this game the whole time. That ain't changing anytime soon." Linus at the ledge gets out though, and now Burst potentially in a bad spot. No, out of disadvantage. This could be the stock here if he. Oh no!
What just happened? Wait, what just happened? I hope we got a replay of that.
He just ran off fast
fall.
fared.
Yeah, just has to a fast fall, right? Like that.
Yeah, he fast fall fared. He thought he was gonna hit Linus on the way down, but because he whiffed, the fast fall took him to the blast zone in the end leg of the fair. What a way to go in losers finals of all places.
That's rough. I mean, we saw LSOE dying twice, SDing with that Rob, but that has to be the roughest I've seen. We got to replay, it seems, of that. We gotta relive it. I mean, that is rough. But this gimmick's actually starting out towards the beginning of this game, but I'm sure it'll come its way towards the end here. This was back and forth the entire time.
And both of these sets have been incredibly close with, Linus coming in clutch, taking 4 stocks and, putting Michigan back in the lead, but a devastating final stock from Burst and just a couple of greedy plays that didn't need to happen.
Yeah, I'm anticipating seeing this stock. I gotta see it back. I feel like I missed it. It was just like a flash in the pan, and that's the thing is that
Yeah.
It looks like he went down there, but actually got caught a little bit because it looked like he went to the left a little bit. He might have actually got hit. I'm glad that was captured. Might have actually traded just a little bit all the way down there. Might have got caught by a multi-hit. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, that fast fall was not what they were looking for. And that's the thing too, is that Burst was at 88%, right? So like it wasn't like he was at like 0 and died. Still a huge loss.
That's not what you like to see, especially because that lead was pretty significant. And that fair, had it hit, would have killed. But the next player coming in for the Smash Kittens is SVP, the Inkling, coming in to take care of the Rosalina. I'm interested to see how this goes.
Yeah, so Inkling Rosalina, not a matchup I've seen too many times. I'm thinking, Inkling's recovery isn't challenged that much by Rosalina, but I feel like for Inkling can put out a lot of, the paint bombs and whatever, holding the ledge against Rosa, just throwing a lot of ink down. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like both these players will be able to stay within each other's range, space things out. Neither one's too fast, too slow. But that extra height from Rosalina means I feel like, against a short character like Inkling, that might make a difference.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because, Luma is definitely, as it normally is, kind of the deciding factor in this matchup. Is, SVP going to be able to play around the Luma? Are they going to be able to effectively get rid of it using, whether it be Inkling back air, Inkling forward air, the tools that they have at their disposal? They need to make sure that they deal with it as well as dealing with Linus. Because if you fail to account for the Luma, that's when you're losing stocks at, 60%, 80%, 100%. That's the difference maker. And as Inkling, you need to play a more consistent game than that.
Definitely. And, on FD, which is the stage that we're going to be going to next after the Kalos and PS2 bans, you don't have many places to run. No platforms. You don't even have walls, right? So that's going to be even more dire against those projectiles.
Yeah, FD is an interesting pick here, and I'm interested to the thought process behind it because Inkling does have a couple more juggle opportunities on FD for sure, but Rosalina's up air kind of runs rampant on FD. That's a very good move, and that's a lot of space to hit it, and not a lot of places to hide from it. So I'm interested to see as well if that is going to be a factor here.
And we are going to find out as Linus will throw that stock away. And then another, again, as close to the stage as possible before we kick things off here for the next bout. SVP has the advantage of 2 stocks with this Inkling, but already starts to take that first damage to this fight. Again, Michigan up 10-9 coming into this one. Winner moves on to grand finals against UTD.
Yeah, and like I said, all of these games count for so much because we saw with these last matches, just little wins, little ticks here and there, little stock leads compound into more and more, and that's how you start winning in the late game. So, realistically, SVP is really not wanting to lose the stock here. You don't want to be, the team that all of a sudden went from that stock lead that went to a stock down, and now you're trying to constantly make up for this deficit, especially because Daybreak has not even hit the field yet.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, that's something that wasn't on my mind at the moment. It better be on theirs, though. The fact that Daybreak has not been released just yet. But yeah, I mean, Linus wants to at very least get this kill on SVP. The down air is really the tool that they want. And then
Where are you holding, brother? Kissing the blast zone on the way out. Linus incredibly happy with that stock at only 97%. SVP, unfortunately, a small misplay there.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely forgot about the fact that, down air, really good against that Inkling recovery. And I completely didn't cross my mind at the moment. It absolutely should have. Because that was, I mean, that's the tastemaker in the corner. And now, you're talking about it earlier, those up airs with nowhere to go, no platforms. This is so hard to deal with.
It's so challenging, and because when you use your double jump as a mix-up, if Linus calls that out and you air dodge into the ground, that's a free up smash. It's almost a no-win situation, and Linus is making quick work of this Inkling. Only had 1 stock coming into this, but potentially taking 2. Oh,
potentially, you mean is absolutely, definitely taking that stock. And now Linus could get the 3 stock here.
And what did I say about Linus? What did I say about this? I said I saw something there. I saw a little sauce in Linus that wasn't fully realized in the UTD match, and now Linus staring down the barrel of what, 5 stocks? Definitely an excellent play from them, and starting a big lead for Michigan.
That's an understatement for sure. We've seen some really solid stock gain records here so far. Linus definitely going to be up there, especially if they can get this kill. But as we've been talking about that possibility, SVP's only taken 27%. Has really shut this down. Has really started to wall out Linus, and Linus is starting to roll a lot more frequently here.
Yeah, this is it's a tough spot to be. This F smash will kill at the ledge. That's just how it is. SVP has to be very scared about a potential play like that. But the Luma's gone. The down throw comes out. A back throw should kill from around center stage at this point. So SVP probably going to look for that back throw, and there it is. Man, I've been calling kill moves today. It's like the 31 seconds before it happened.
And we're not ahead of the stream, so it can't be chalked up to that either. And
man.
We're now within 2. We love to see it. It's been back and forth, it seems like, between all of these teams in every series. And it's no different here between Michigan and the Smash Kittens out of UIUC. But we touched on it previously. You were just talking about it. Michigan has yet to use Daybreak. So without Daybreak being thrown in just yet. We have no idea how this could go.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the pick is here. They have a lead. Do they throw Daybreak in to secure an even more substantial lead and hope the rest can clean up, or do they see if the rest of them can build on it and have Daybreak for the end? I think personally, I throw Daybreak in here. I think that would be an interesting play. I think Daybreak realistically could, clean up SVP without losing a stock, and then start building, more of a substantial lead. I think that's definitely what you go for.
Yeah, I agree. This is where you're like, okay, we can cut them off at the knees right now. Like, let's not win this later. Let's win it now.
Yeah.
And I think you might be on the money with that. But it looks like one of your predictions has not come true. No, man. Throwing out Nectar instead. They heard you and they're like, oh, we gotta end the streak.
Yeah. So he can't keep getting these right. We gotta Nectar coming in. I think this is the second best option, and I think they know that as well. Nectar being a Rob player from what we saw last time. Rob being one of Inkling's tougher matchups. I also, have a decent bit of confidence that he'll be able to take out SVP's last stock without losing one. And then, if they have the confidence in him, from there, they have the confidence in him from there. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah. Nectar is certainly no slouch of their own. We've seen some good play out of Nectar so far. But yeah, I think Daybreak probably could have came out there and have been fine, but they decided not to go that way. Nectar, I believe, was playing Rob. Rob is pretty much a good choice at any time, and we've already seen some good plays against Rosa from Rob's previously.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think it's a good choice. I think, against the Inkling, against SVP, it's definitely a solid pick. It's about as good a matchup as you're going to get against Inkling. So, again, I think the idea is clean it up without losing a stock, and then, hopefully Nectar gets his 3. That's your lead maintained. That's your lead expanded upon. Let's keep it going.
Definitely. And we will find out soon as these teams are continuing to get their bands and stage selects in. I'm sorry. Town and City and Kalos are the bands. And it looks like Smashville will be where we are headed to next. So yeah, right here, I think it's an opportunity. Okay, they put in Nectar. Nectar gets the 1 kill, maybe gets, 2 stocks. Maybe 3, that would be huge, but at least 2 stocks the next character, and then Daybreak cleans up.
Yeah, it's a tough look here for Smash Kittens since Burst unfortunately SD'd, and then since Linus absolutely popped off against SVP. Your back's kind of to the wall here, and you're starting to feel the pressure. And unfortunately, part of the responsibility to come off of that is SVP right now. SVP needs to take Michigan's foot off the gas.
Yeah, that's very true. Needs to take their foot off the gas, needs to stop that momentum here, and also eliminate one of their, matchup-wise strongest characters. So, we've been talking about a lot of this comes down really to, the players, right, and just their personal preferences, but at the same time, we can't negate these matchups, and already, though, SVP negating that effort of the Rob. Look at that, so much damage done.
That is the fastest 70 I've ever seen Inkling deliver. That being said, Rob, an absolute menace in his own right. 40% right back in a scary situation off stage. SVP just misses the roller there.
Oh, pouncing off the shield and then right out of the gate, that side B. Oh, almost got the spike there too, just a little off the mark. But this is brought right back. SVP had Nectar all the way to like 80%, and now look at the difference here.
Yeah, unfortunately, after that initial burst of just gas, SVP has kind of been toned down a little bit. As we see the up smash come out, a hard read coming out from Nectar, and we've seen Nectar as no stranger to making huge plays like that, cleaning it up. It's getting grim. It's getting grim.
That's the thing. As a character we talked about earlier, Rob can either be clutch, can be cheesy, can play any role you need him to play, right? Can be that anchor, can be that middleman, can be that lead. And that's why it's always great to have a Rob player on your roster. And now Michigan, they still have a fully fresh Rob to work with in Nectar. They still have Daybreak. They still had a Joker as well. I mean, they are looking really well, really solid. Smash Kittens, they might not need a miracle, but that'd be nice.
And we did see some impressive play from both Fade and Twig in our last set. So both very capable players in their own right, but they have a task ahead of them. And it starts with losing one stock tops to Nectar. That's how it has to start. And so I'm interested to see which one they send in and how it goes. I think Fade might be the choice here. Bayonetta, a decent matchup against Rob at the very least, just due to his size, due to the fact that you can, carry him off the top, carry him off the side. I'm interested to see if that's who they go with.
Mm-hmm. I think that might be I'd say it's a pretty solid choice. Yeah. I think, right, just, the fact that Rob is a big character that immediately starts to get caught up by afterburner kick and you just get juggled hard. And against Bay, might not always have an opportunity to land a laser, to land a gyro, to get stage control or get it confirmed. So we might see that. We're still waiting for the official pick here. Of course, we want to give a really quick shout out to our sponsors here, HyperX and Twitch Student, helping us make this possible. You see them on the bottom left corner of your screen, and they have been part of the ride. I mean, across all CSL esports, not just in Smash, but elsewhere. So definitely big shout outs to them.
Yeah, man. Keep them on lock. It's the sponsors that make this happen, so make sure to give them some.
I'm wearing HyperX right now. I've got the HyperX headphones, so you know.
And it's been decided Twig is coming out instead of Fade, preferring to leave Fade on the back burner, perhaps thinking Fade has a stronger chance cleaning up potentially against Daybreak. So Twig is going to do his best against the Rob.
Yeah, we have the Rob and Twig, and then of course the pick and bans. FD and Kalos are our bans, so big stages don't want to be playing there. Well, we're still going because we're going to Town and City, so it doesn't matter what you do, we're still going there.
You don't want to play on Flatland? All right. You don't have to play on Flatland 1/3 of the time.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, you don't want to play on FD? Well, we're still going to FD just for only a small
just a little less.
A little bit.
All right. Nice pick here. Being able to kill Rob a little earlier off the side is going to be very nice for Pikachu, and these Pikachu combos are going to be very potent against a big character like Rob. That being said, the kill potential here firmly within Rob's favor.
Yeah, that's definitely true, especially against Pikachu's lower weight. And looking, for a way in against those projectiles, the gyro, the laser are going to be an issue. But the thing about Pikachu is that, they can just draw in with that up B. You're seeing it right there. That's the way for Pikachu to get in on Rob. You're going to be able to get around that gyro, get around the laser, even nairs like that, and confirm into other attacks, or at the very least get the pop-up to force something in disadvantage. So that's really the best tool that Pikachu can have a lot of the time, using that up B to get that hit.
Yeah, and now, as we reach about 170%, dash attack will kill, up throw will kill, forward throw will kill, a greedy side B. Why not just grab him or dash attack or anything? Oh, Twig dropping the ball, and if Twig ends up losing this stock
again, again
happens. Oh no! Twig has to be biting themselves right now, but only takes about 20%. That, messing that up wasn't the worst thing ever.
No, it was a lot more. We overblew it a lot more than it was actually. How bad it actually was. But it could have been worse. It absolutely could have been worse.
Absolutely. If Twig had lost the stock first there, that was very, very large implications. But Twig securing the stock instead and securing 60%, looking really good right now. Does he have the mash to get out of this? He does.
Oh, but the catch, the call. Oh, wow, that was huge. What a great read.
Yeah, great play from Nectar. And we just keep seeing this from Nectar, the willingness to go for these big plays, the willingness to go for these reads. It's making it happen.
Ooh. Yeah, you can see not very carefully trying to get back on stage here against this Pikachu, knowing that they're at kill percent here and don't want to give up as many stocks as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely you don't want to give Pikachu a free one because Pikachu can and will chase you super deep off stage. But the jab block into the forward smash, big potential off stage here. All right, Nectar doesn't go for the down air, but instead opts for the ledge pressure. But the dash attack will do it for Pikachu. And if Twig can take this stock without losing another one, there's a smell of hope coming in from the Smash Kittens.
Oh, that gyro. Gonna keep him locked in the corner and follows up with a forward air. Able to get back on stage, but those pokes, the down tilt, the forward air from the Rob, constantly keeping the Pikachu on their back foot. But here comes the Nair train, continues to chug down the station, gets a ton of damage.
Are you kidding?
Whoa, what a huge play off of that Nair chain. Continues to drag him down into the Thunder combo off the top. Huge, what a play.
What a call out. Twig literally said, I'm gonna fair you. You're going that way. You're going that way, and then you're going that way. And that's a huge call out, and just as we were saying it, exactly what Twig needed to put the Smash Kittens back in the set.
Yeah, and we gotta take a look again. We're going back into the action on the replays. Let's see how it happened. And this was just a start to finish, a crazy set right from the get-go.
Oh, the devastating up smashes, but thankfully those led to some kills. Again, the second one, it's the exact same situation. It's a great jump call out, putting the up air there before Twig even knew he was gonna jump. And then just this call out, you could see Twig was looking for that. He waited, look, wait, boom. He was looking for that. So smart, the awareness is, it's just there. The clutch factor is there, and Twig shows up big for his team.
Shows up big and gets them a continued lead here of 6-5. Battlefield and Smashville are our bans for our next stage, and it looks like we are going to be going to PS2, Pokemon Stadium. I almost said PlayStation. Pokemon Stadium. How about up next here? And we have, it looks like, finally, Daybreak is coming in and let them loose. They have Okoro in the wings as an anchor, but Daybreak is coming out. Potentially might be the last player.
No more of this Pikachu. Get him out of here.
Might be the last player they need to field.
Yeah, this is interesting because of that huge play, the Smash Kittens are back in this game. This is close all of a sudden, and if Daybreak doesn't find a lot of value here, that opens up the opportunity for Fade to find a ton of value versus Daybreak and their Joker player.
Oh, another trade there going the way of Daybreak. But it's the pancakes, right? The low profile that's becoming an issue, yeah.
Because of that low profile and because of Pikachu's small stature in general, Wolf can't actually nair Pikachu out of shield, and a generous hitbox comes in there.
Oh!
No! Hey, only 50% on Twig! The absolute hero of this run, Twig, is putting them back in the game and going for some crazy reads.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. Oh, Daybreak almost able to follow through off that nair. We've seen it so many times from Wolf players. Can't get it there. Get up attack, goes around. Oh, they are just like, it's like Matrix at some points here, how they're getting around the moves at sometimes. The side B connects. I can't believe that. I mean, this is what happens when it's 5-5. You're pulling out all the top.
The forward smash comes out. Twig, no fear in the world, and is almost tied it up on this second stock. An incredible showing. Daybreak needs to find this stock, and he needs to find it fast. Gonna be looking for the forward tilt at the ledge, but the up smash will do the trick. Daybreak keeping that lead, but for how long?
Well, that's the thing here is that, I mean, Twig, yeah, I mean, being able to get a kill here, that would be huge, right? You gotta be able to get at least one more stock off Daybreak. So for Twig to be able to do that, that would be crucial. You know, if you give Daybreak an inch, he's gonna take a mile, and he can definitely get another stock kill done with just this 138% and rising. I mean, he is playing so close to the lava here, playing in the kitchen, not afraid to get burned.
Yeah, and the next dash attack should do the trick. We're also getting close to up throw percent, so Daybreak is gonna have to play a really clean game and find this stock sooner rather than later. But will the up throw do it right now? It will!
That's
oh
enough.
My gosh, the hopes and dreams of the Smash Kittens on Twig's tiny back right now, and Daybreak not the showing that they wanted to have.
Oh yeah, this is, they 100% wanted a lot more out of Daybreak here, and Daybreak now trying to stay alive, at least on this last stock, because I mean, they're definitely expecting to have him as long as they can, but Twig is putting their foot down, all 4 paws down here.
Okay, Twig. Okay, chill.
I did not think that was gonna sneak right in. The back air barely sneaking in. Daybreak does it again. Daybreak does it again. You can't count this guy out. This is why we have been constantly talking about him, why we constantly pointing to him as being that clutch player. And there's another example of it.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're going to a replay,
Gotta go to a replay on that
gotta
one.
see that again.
Gotta go to a replay.
And sometimes when you're really feeling yourself and you're feeling super, that was generous, feeling super good about your gameplay, you make some wacky plays. And right there, Twig maybe feeling himself a little too hard.
I mean, how can you not though? I mean, both of these players were playing phenomenally. I mean, look how close this was right here. So close, and then looked like they were prepared. They were in their startup frames of down air. It just didn't come out in time to contest against the Wolf Bear from below. And now Daybreak has a full clean stock to work with to set up a Koryu or take out the rest of the Smash Kittens. The Smash Kittens, if they win this, they would have 4 sets, 1 in losers here. If they don't, they won't make it to grand finals. It'll be the end of the Smash Kittens run. But I mean, top 3 has been great. That being said, can't wait to see where this goes.
Yeah, and this would be the upset too. Smash Kittens, the lower seed coming into this tournament, especially from the same region. It's fueling the fire right now. You can tell that these guys want it, and Fade, the last man standing, we saw huge things from him against Junk. Is he going to be able to take out Daybreak's stock without losing one? And is he going to be able to take out the Joker? That's the $1 million question here. It's doable. It's hard, but it's well within the realm of possibility. And that's largely thanks to the heroics from Twig.
And we're going to find out how that's going to happen right here, right now, as we go to Pokemon Stadium 2. And you're right, the Twig's legacy will be felt throughout the rest of this series here. It's 4-3 in stocks. Daybreak with just 1 to work with. This is the player that we've been looking for to be clutch when it counts. Has been clutch in this set so far, but can they do it again?
Absolutely, and this is going to be so huge from both of these players. Daybreak either gets the setup, puts the Joker in a great spot to win, or Fade sets themselves up and puts himself in a great spot to win. But so far, this match has been all Daybreak until that up B. But so little value off of that, only 31%. This could be huge.
Yeah, again, I mean, able to drop out, but still good damage. That's the thing, is that Fade was having trouble confirming off those hits, and then once they actually did, still wasn't getting the full punish. But now, slowly but surely, working in more of those slides, and that is working out perfectly here. It's exactly what the Bayo wants. Even if you're not getting the full combo, you want the Wolf in the air, above the platform. That's where you can get a lot of these punishes done.
And Fade just looks like he's going for a lot of tricky stuff, but nothing seems to be working as intended. That being said, the back air almost does it from downtown. Luckily for Daybreak, able to hold on to that stock, but for how much longer? Goes for the Wolf Flash and is unpunished. Daybreak, no fear, and apparently has some sort of big read. Oh my gosh, the roll read of Smash. Daybreak, as good as you could hope from this.
Still alive.
Still alive, and if he manages to get another stock, that's
I very much doubt it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, but
Back air
still,
comes through.
Daybreak did a ton of work there. I mean, you can't put that past them. But that last kill, that might have been it there, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you put the
yeah,
Smash Kittens down to just 2 stocks. You give your last player a full stock lead coming into this game. You're setting your team up for success there.
yeah.
Great job by Daybreak.
And that's what I mean. Like Daybreak did their job there, right? Set
Mhm.
up your teammate, stock up. I've done what I can. Take the wheel. Take the wheel and get it done. And that's all you can hope for. If you're Fade, you're kind of sad that back air didn't kill. You got the kill screen, didn't happen. You're a little disappointed, but a 2 versus 3 stock, well within the realm of possibility. Well within.
Yeah, and we know they're facing off a Joker or against the Joker. We're waiting to find out about these stages here. That's the thing, though, is that Joker has a built-in comeback mechanic. So you're
Yeah.
up against the character who you not only have a disadvantage against, but has a built-in advantage against you when they need it. So that's something that that's something that you really got to be worried about, right? Like you can't go into this setup, you can't go into this matchup and take it slow and like, okay, like I can afford this hit, I can afford getting hit there. You can't afford hits anywhere, right? You gotta be able to get back into this immediately and take as little damage as possible. That's going to be difficult against the Joker, who can pop that Arsene and get in your face when need be.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things here is uh hitting those combos. The combos, they were cutting through to a certain degree for 20-30%, but never too much more than that. And that left open a lot more neutral opportunities than probably Fade wanted to play.
Mhm.
Got to make sure you capitalize on those hits a little more, or if you can't get the combo, put yourself in a better position to reset.
Yeah, definitely. And still, I mean, it might come down to nerves here, right? I mean, this is
Yeah.
both schools' playoff season lives, tournament lives on the line here. This is it. This is losers bracket. You lose here, you're done. And Michigan has, obviously they're bringing in Okuru. Michigan just recently lost. They dropped from winners finals, right? They're looking to face off against UTD immediately. Whereas Smash Kittens, they have been on their tournament life throughout this entire day. They've come through losers bracket to be playing on with your tournament lives on the line the entire time.
Yeah.
That's a lot of mental stamina taken as well. So, it all comes down to things like that as you get into the later parts. I mean, this broadcast been going on for 7.5 hours, right? We've had a long day of Smash. That absolutely comes into play here. The endurance test, right, of being able to survive that long and play optimally late into the day.
Yeah, it definitely is tough. And like you said, that endurance test, I think the Smash Kittens have more than proved that they're up to the test. But when their backs are against the wall, when they're down as stocks, will Fade be able to clutch up? Or is Okoro just too clean? And Okoro starts off with a quick 85%.
Oh, Koru is just looking on fire right now. This is the kind of player you want, who just is hyper focused on getting that dub. And look at these shots right here. A ton of low committal to non-committal options here being used by the Joker. And there goes the Arsene. So all of a sudden, this is even worse now for Fade.
Yeah, and usually the game plan versus Arsene is you need to get Arsene out before you're at 40. Unfortunately for Fade, he was already at 120%, and the run-up back air is going to secure this stock. 3 stocks to 1. This would be a absolutely colossal comeback.
This is now, I mean, this is where, it separates heroes from champions, right? Fade has so much work to get done, but can they do it? I mean, Okoro, I think, is probably shutting the door on that. Okoro it smells blood in the water right now. There's a back air. Not over just yet, but Okoro is still moving, still putting it, the pedal to the metal here and keeping the pressure on.
Absolutely. That's a nice stock to take, but as I said before, you can't afford the 60% with Arsene not even having come out yet. They just not playing a clean enough game to win this set. He's taking too much damage.
Oh, what a clean little short hop over the slide. Okoro's feeling themselves right now. They know that it's all up to them to get their school to grand finals, to get that rematch against UTD. Oh, might get carried off to the top potentially here, but still stays alive.
All right, and Arsene is back on the board, 118%. Oh, Greedy! You have to go for something off stage there. You just have to. Like, unfortunately for Fade, the safe game is no longer really in the cards. You need to take a risk. You need to essentially risk the game on some reads, because the chances of you winning just on your laurels at this point is low.
Okoro knows that for sure. Continues to get in the face of Fade, who's just throwing moves out right above his head. Oh, and those downward guns just throwing even another wrench in the gears here. And Fade, with a little bit of control, still bringing this back. I mean, Fade has done this on this last stock for a while now, but Okoro is making it, even if they get this kill, might not be enough. There's the throw. One more might do it.
150% on Fade. He needs to find this stock and have a monumental second stock, but the back throw from Okoro will secure it. And Michigan, first seed for a reason, securing their spot in grand finals. Definitely the hero of that round was, for Michigan, Linus, putting up a ton of stocks, and for the Smash Kittens, Twig made that winnable.
Yeah, congratulations to the Smash Kitten getting third place. An absolutely fantastic run through losers, but it looks like they will only as far as losers finals though. Still, congratulations to them making it to third place. And then, of course, congratulations to Michigan for advancing to the grand finals, where they will face off against UTD in a winners finals rematch.
This is gonna be huge. We have to remember, every team that was here qualified for this event. This was the finale. Every team here was full of killers. Mm-hmm. And so to even get to the top three, so impressive from the Smash Kittens. And the top two, even more impressive. These teams are here to fight for the spot of the best.
They definitely are. These are the two teams that we saw coming through winners bracket, make it to those winners finals. Our two favorites, and no surprise that they've met back up again here in grand finals. Now, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, more CSL Smash Ultimate Crew Finals coming your way, brought to you by HyperX and Twitch Student. We'll be finishing up our grand final set. It's been a long day, a long broadcast, and we're very ready to get into the final bit of action. So don't go anywhere. That last matchup between Michigan and UTD is coming your way after this break. Welcome back, everybody. One last final time here for the Smash Ultimate CSL Crew Finals. Here, brought to you by CSL Esports, HyperX, and Twitch Student. I am Dax, still alongside here with Noah, aka Nurse, bringing you the last matchup of the night: UTD versus Michigan in a winners finals rematch to determine the CSL Smash Ultimate Cruise champions. And Noah, I am so ready to get into this one.
It has been a doozy of a day, as they say. These matches have been so hot. I had to take my jacket off. We're
going sleeves up.
Yeah, we're roll them up. It's been hot from both sides, and I can't wait to see this rematch, man. Seeing this go down in winners finals, watching UTD come out absolutely swinging. What are the changes that Michigan makes here? What's the difference? What's the rotation of the pick rate? And what changes are we going to see? Is there going to be a different result here?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. We know these teams have already, I think we might see the bracket, but we know we've already seen these teams before. They faced off in winners finals, and 5 stocks were left on the board for UTD when they won that last bout. So yeah, will there be changes? Not entirely sure. In fact, these teams haven't locked in their rosters just yet. There might be some potential changes that come out, but we don't know. We're going to find out in a moment. And that being said, you're right. Michigan, this might be exactly when they need to make a change because UTD already has their number.
Yeah, and I think specifically the player to watch for here is Fox, the Foxinator.
Yeah.
Coming out absolutely swinging at the end of the last set, showing us that this guy is here to play. Who does Michigan send in to deal with this guy?
I really have no idea. Foxinator is scary. I don't know if there is a good, right answer, Sometimes you just got to do it the best you got, right? And sometimes you're not dealt the best hand. I mean, that, man, they were going off. Just the crazy commitments they were making as Terry, the reads, the call-outs. That's the kind of player you need in grand finals. Of course, I mean, Daybreak is here. We have a bunch of players that have proven themselves in CSL, outside CSL, throughout Smash, and now they're going to be going up here to try and take each other on. I mean, we got to think of also, Hawk. Lioness had a really good showing. Okaru was looking fantastic on that choker that previous round. I mean, I would be if they put in Okaru. I'm not sure matchup wise might be the best idea, but Okaru going in first, just the heat that they had was eminent. It was crazy. I feel like they could take 15 stocks on their own.
Yeah, it could be an interesting mix-up, especially if they don't want to send Linus in first again. That being said, they're taking some time to think about it. This is the grand finals match. It's understandable. As we've been saying this whole tournament, as good as these players are, there is some strategy that goes into the picking of the players, the counter picks, the rotations. Everything like that matters for an event like this. And so taking some time to think about it is definitely worthwhile.
Well, that's the thing is that, you got to take as much time as you can because as we're about to see in the bracket, these teams went through it all, the gauntlet to get here. So, of course, take all the time you need to make the right decision. As you see, UTD, they are the favorites coming into this one. They won coming in through winners. So if Michigan wants to win this, they've got to win 2 sets. They've got to reset the winner, the bracket. They got to reset things to losers. Got to reset grand finals against the team who has won these stocks. I mean, look at this: 1 by 5, 1 by 4, 1 by 5. UTD is on a roll right now, and Michigan has already dropped to them by 5 stocks. Can they do better than that? That's the question.
This entire tournament, UTD has not been pushed to their last player.
They haven't.
They haven't even felt the sensation of losing. So, these guys, ice in their veins, we're seeing the run ending with Michigan taking out the Smash Kittens.
Smash Kittens, shout outs to them.
Bracket. But they let us know. Was almost insane.
They let us know, they let us know what their name was, and then they started taking names of their own, right? They took out Emory, they took out MSU, they took out UT. And then against, Michigan, That was a two-stop set, right? That was
Yeah,
close. I
that's
mean, we were
very
just
close.
talking about it over the break. That was a very close set. It could have gone either way. It was a nail biter of a battle, and props to Smashkins for making it as far as they did. But now it's all about Michigan. That was their only set in losers. You can see why. I mean, if it's not UTD, they're absolutely one of the strongest in this series, in this playoff
Yeah,
bracket.
they've been looking incredible, and as we've seen multiple times, both Michigan and UTD were first seeds in their respective regions. These
Mhm.
guys showed that they were among the best of the best. They earned those seeds, and it's looking like the two best teams are facing off right now.
Absolutely, they are. And Michigan, that's the thing too, is that we were wondering about this earlier, is that if the Smash Kittens had won that last series, how much energy would they have left for UTD, right? Like
Yeah.
they had just played so many loser sets, especially that last set, which went down to two stocks. I mean, they might be running on fumes right now. Plus the fact that they've been playing for how long? It's been a 7.5 hour day, if not longer for them. Maybe any warm ups or practicing. So they have been using all the energy they can get just to get this far. That's the thing about being, a player that makes it these far in the brackets, is that you got to use your energy wisely. You got to have enough in the reserves in the tank for the later bracket matches, winners, finals, losers, finals, grand finals. And
Yeah.
UTD, they've been hanging out, they've been chilling,
Yeah.
so they've got all the energy they need, it seems.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and a lot of people actually don't bring this up when it comes to brackets, but a lot of players burn out, and a lot of like, new players when they're on the come up, have to learn how to keep that consistency going into top eights, how to keep that consistency going into top fours, because by that time in the tournament, you've been there for 5, 6, 7, 8, sometimes 10 hours, right? And you still have to be playing at the top of your game. The endurance is a must. And it seems like these guys have it. These guys have been playing all day. They've been looking clean, I'm hoping that's not having an effect on these guys.
That's the thing, is that having that endurance, having that stamina is a skill to learn in and of itself, right? Like that's part of it. That's part of the experience. You're absolutely right. So this is going to come down to it. I think, UTD probably has been warm this whole time. It's one of the nice things about playing online is that you can just jump onto like Elite Smash if you need to, right? And just continue to stay quote unquote warm, right?
The
If you need
best
to.
practice.
Yeah, right. It may not be the best practice, but it is something to keep your fingers moving.
Yeah.
One more time, we're seeing these rosters here. As you said, the Northeast seed, number one Northeast seed, that is Michigan,
Oh,
with
we're actually seeing
Akaru.
a player switch.
Oh yeah,
Tojo.
oh yeah, oh okay, yeah, that's a great point. Who did they switch out for?
Okay, Tojo coming in now. Who are they replacing?
So,
Tojo is replacing Nectar.
okay, so they've moved out of using the Rob, so no more Rob, and now I'm thinking, okay, how much of a change do you make to remove the Rob from your lineup, right? I'm looking to see what character they use otherwise. And then, of course, we have the UTD squad: Aikido, Graffiti, Zillion, Kazma, Defoxinator. As you said, it's funny because we don't see these players every single set. They don't use all of them. So I'm even thinking we might not even see one of these guys again.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy because, like you said, I haven't even seen Zillion play yet.
Yeah.
But what I know from the rest of the squad, that Cosmo, Aikido, the Foxinator, those guys are absolute killers. And so Michigan they have their work cut out for them, and then cutting out Nectar. I'm interested to see what Tojo brings to the table, and we're gonna get to see it very quickly, as Tojo is the starter for Michigan, sorry, and Graffiti is the starter for UTD.
Oh, that's scary. We've already seen Graffiti do work. That Wii Fit trainer is not something you want to mess around with. We get right into the action, and the Palutena was already tongue into the ground off Wii Fit trainer jab. That's what I'm talking about. That's the scary factor, the horror movie factor that Wii Fit trainer has.
Yeah, and like on paper, this is a great matchup for Palutena, and on paper, Palutena has a really good matchup spread. But we've been seeing today, it's not all about the matchups. It's not all about just that. It's about the players players' individual differences and their comfortabilities. Is this Palu pick gonna be, big enough an X factor, especially when you could have had a Rabo on your team?
Yeah, that's right. That's the change over to have the Palutena is something that I wasn't expecting, because as we were talking about, right, like a lot of these teams, they stay with what like has been working, right? Their comfort picks. They try not to change it up too much if they don't have to,
Ooh.
and they're changing the whole character, the whole team.
Yeah, well, oh my
Ooh.
gosh, he really mashed out of that with that smash. Good awareness from Graffiti. But man, if I got grab clanked into an F smash, I would not be happy.
Oh, trying to follow up there, off the up there with side B, but easily rolls out of that one as Palutena. Some shield pressure down. I mean, Wii Fit Trainer has no problem, again, as we know, on the ledge in the air. So, but at the same time, doesn't need to put themselves out there to get caught by those nairs. That side B is still an issue. Palutena doesn't want to trade with that, even at these higher percents against the Wii Fit Trainer.
Oh, and Graffiti getting a ton of value right now at 124. Looking to keep this stock, and already 55% on Tojo. This pick, is it going to play off? Tojo's smash, admittedly, very good. And the soccer ball actually saving Graffiti from the explosive flame.
Oh, and now the grab. Look at this. I mean, Graffiti looking on the on the horizon, on the outside of a second kill on just their first stock.
Push on him, then.
Love it. A quick plank for the people. Not enough to stave off that death there, but still a good amount of damage done on this first stop.
Yeah, that back air comes in clutch, but, is it too little, too late? Already 100%. That being said, the narrative back air, Tojo putting themselves back in this game. That down tilt, though, so damaging.
Yeah, and right after that low profile in the crouch too. Love that. That's the side of a master of a character, right? When you just have the micro spacing there, really, as much as you can get out of Ultimate. I'm sure there's someone in the chat who's like, oh, there's no perfect pivoting. Well, I know there's not. Anyway.
You can do a little. You can do some push-ups. You definitely can.
You can do push-ups, yeah. You can do push-ups. Exactly.
Out of Graffiti, but 140%. That Sun Salutation will not take the stock, but man, a forward tilt to the ledge would do it.
Oh.
So many things, but 180%. A throw with deep breathing will do it at this point. Graffiti trying to make this happen.
That's it.
That should be the trick.
Yep, need to get that up there.
This position, this timing, this stock as Graffiti takes it. Hello!
Wow, that was a solid ledge trapping right there. That's exactly what you need the Palutena. I was gonna say, like, you can't let a Palu live to almost 200, but I mean that makes right up for it right after that. What a well-placed down smash after coaxing that jump from ledge out of the Wii Fit Trainer.
Absolutely, and it was looking like this was a game that Graffiti was potentially able to run away with, but Tojo, proving us to be a very solid pick coming out of Michigan, being just the switch they needed, and now up on Graffiti for the first time this series. And as I say that, two soccer balls confirm into each other for like 25%.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Graffiti might have even two stock potentially here, but what a comeback now. And now it is so close, but the jab not going to be enough to confirm. Great mash.
Yeah, dude, Tojo's mash, this guy's matching for his freaking life right now. To be fair, his life is on the line.
Yeah, their playoff collegiate smash lives are in fact on the line, so you got to mash. Break those fingers.
Insane play from Graffiti. If it worked, we would be saying it was a genius. But the down tilt on shield into F smash, the confidence coming out of this guy in a last stock situation, but drag down Nair up.
What a drag down. That was huge. I mean, you knew Graffiti feeling confident, right? Had a bunch of nice connections with the soccer ball, but that drag down perfectly done, just skimming him with that hitbox to confirm. That was so good. And another nail biter. That's how you wanted this to start off, right? I mean, both of them high percent, 114, 115. Anyone could die at any moment. And you got to have that clutch factor to keep that composure to continue to look for those kill confirms.
Tojo taking a little off the top. We're about to see these again with a couple replays from this game. Starting off strong, the switch coming through. I love what Michigan did here. I love that they were confident enough. They said, last time something didn't work. We need to make a switch.
Oh, look at that. Mm.
Hit him with the push-ups.
That's how you stay a lean, mean, we-fitting machine right there. And you can also see, I mean, Graffiti was up by a full stock and is now up by, was not up by a full stock there, but still had a considerable lead. And then that was the turning point.
Call out. Like, down tilt 2-frame to down smash, that's like so outside the realm of being a thing that like you'd never expected. And Tojo lets it rip at the perfect time. Insane.
And you were just talking about not seeing Zillion play much or at all. Well, our next player joining the fray is in fact Zillion coming in for the UTD side.
Oh, sweet deal. I'm interested to see who plays Tojo. Getting their 3 stocks, putting Michigan in an early lead. This is definitely where you want to be if you're Michigan. Starting out with a little bit of confidence, a little bit of gusto. It could just carry you right now. But Zillion, if he's able to take this stock without losing one, can put a stop to that real quick.
Looks like Michigan has banned Kalos and FD. No Town and City. It is in fact Pokemon Stadium 2 for our next stage as Zillion steps up to the plate. And we have 1 stock to work with for our other starting player there. So Tojo, with that 1 stock, we'll see how much work they can get done as Palutena.
Yeah.
I mean, that was really back and forth. Graffiti has been one of the strongest players in this bracket. We haven't seen too much of Zillion in comparison, so I'm not entirely sure what to expect.
I'm expecting big things from Zillion. They were confident enough to hold Zillion till the anchor position of the last crew battle. That means they definitely have some confidence in this guy. So I'm expecting big things here. But the Palutena was looking nice. It was looking crisp. And if if Tojo is able to snag an early stock here, this bodes well for Michigan.
Yeah, definitely. And Michigan having the lead to start off against the team that's coming into this from winners, right? You want to be able to reset, and you want to be able to reset without too many games in that first set, right? Like you want to get through that losers, that bracket reset
Robin
without it going too close. Wow, yeah, Robin. This is, I guess, where the teams are now going for any opportunity to try and throw off your opponent.
Yeah, this is a pretty terrible matchup for Robin, but matchups aren't everything, and like we've been saying, matchup inexperience can be such a big boon. So if Tojo's not familiar with this matchup, it could be a lot harder than the matchup is, say, on paper.
Oh, that 11 sword is just a big difference maker against Palutena in the air. Definitely going to be checking a lot of these aerials. But look at that. Gets right in the corner. Almost gets a spike. And then a little bit takes their own medicine.
Oh,
right into the confirm. That was huge.
An up smash could have potentially killed right there, but not letting it rip. All right, Tojo back on the stage. A slight lead for Zillion, and he gets the 11 sword back. This is potentially very bad. Oh, such a clean pivot grab, though.
Oh, how do they get out of the corner against that one? That is
they didn't get the 11 sword. What an unbelievable flub. That was the stock. Oh my gosh, and Zillion still looking to make this happen, but knows in the back of his head that this game should have just been over.
There it is. All right. Holds on to all of their stocks, makes it a clean 12-12. Yeah, that would have been a little bit of a flub. I mean, at this point, so far in grand finals, you can't afford even 1 stock to give up, right? Like you want to hold on to everything, and that could have been a little bit of a rough patch there. But thankfully, Zillion does, at least for UTD, thankfully, gets that last stock without losing any of theirs. So we've already seen a little bit of a hand played. That Robin, though, really out of nowhere.
That's not the character I expected to come out of Zillion, but looking very nice nonetheless. Rob, a very strong character in the right environment. And I think, Robin, definitely one of those off-pick characters. Not a lot of people have a ton of Robin experience.
Nope.
and she has some tricky stuff that can catch you off guard. So Zillion right now could be making some waves.
And now we have to look at a pick to Daybreak. I was about to see, okay, who are we looking at? Is Daybreak going to be, this is the conversation we've been having. When do they break out Daybreak? This is, I think, the earliest that we've seen Daybreak come out in a little while
Yeah,
to really set the tone, I suppose.
I. It's risky. I'll say that it's risky. Wolf definitely slaps up Robin, but this is a risky play. If Daybreak fails to find value here, Michigan is in such a bad spot.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? Is that if Daybreak doesn't do well here, it goes against the expectation that you'd be able to get some free stocks against a Robin, and you're losing arguably your best player. So that is really where things could start to get rough for Michigan, absolutely. And while Michigan has a bunch of other star players that they can rely on, and even still, I mean, we've seen scenarios where Daybreak hasn't been right, like the difference maker in the set. It's been
Yeah,
others. Still, you want to get rid of the Daybreak as early as possible if you're, if you're Michigan or if you're UTD. The fact that Michigan's serving them up this early, yeah, definitely a potential cause for concern.
yeah. Well, but the thing is, Zillion right now thinking to himself, "All right, like this is where we win, right? Like this is where we set the pace for the rest of this crew battle, and this is our path to victory. If he takes 2 stocks here, or if he takes 3 stocks here, UTD is just in an amazing spot.
Well,
Es- Especially with players like Fox and Kazma still on the bench.
yeah, hey, we gotta at least see some Foxinator, man. We gotta see some more. I haven't had enough Foxinator. I've not had enough. And we also haven't had enough of PS2. We're going back to Pokemon Stadium 2, Smashville, and FD. We're the bands.
Yeah, and again to this pick, I think personally I would have gone with Linus here. I think Linus would have been a safer pick, but high risk, high reward is what Michigan needs right now. And so, ask and you shall receive. I like that Michigan is willing to take the risk for this win.
Yeah, no, definitely. This is, you've talked about it before. No missed opportunities. No missed opportunities. You got to take those risks. You got to go deep. The Robin, though, I mean, if the Robin is the MVP of grand finals, that you got to chalk that up to things I didn't expect to be saying.
Things that are impossible to account for, but Daybreak looking fairly nice this first stock. And that up smash coming in clutch. All right, Daybreak. A bit of a return to form here after what was a slightly, disappointing last 2 games.
That's the thing is we talk about stamina. Maybe Daybreak was just, waiting, biding their time until it was right to really, put that pedal down. But Daybreak finally gets some damage on the second stock with that one confirmed 36%. Trying to go ham sandwich. Only
Ambitious plays from Daybreak and they pay off. Are you joking?
Hey, no way. You cannot tell me that just happened. You can no way. And the DC. No way.
Smash Ultimate couldn't handle that one either.
Daybreak played him DC. That they had all stock left.
Holy crap, that was insane.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was gonna say, I take that back. I apologize. I don't mean to assume that anyone would leave, but the timing, I mean, the timing made me think it. And we're back. I don't know how. Wow. It brings us back.
Zillion actually taking a stock there, one off Daybreak. Not the 2 we were saying could make the big difference in Daybreak. Looking in great form against UTD this round.
I'm still a little shell shocked here, but I'm gonna get mentally back into this one. The Robin, yeah, a very high percent. Daybreak continuing to hold this, and the problem now is that without that 11 store, it's gonna be very hard to really even the odds here against Daybreak and even get back to the stage. Barely gets away from that.
That F smash would have broken shield. Very smart spot dodge from Daybreak, keeping themselves alive. That could have been a nightmare scenario for Michigan.
Oh, if Daybreak can get this done with 2 stocks left in the tank, they do. More kills in the belt. Apologies for those issues mid-game, but I honestly that amped up my I don't even know
Yeah,
what's
we're like, what
happening.
happened?
I honestly I was so convinced. I was like, wow, Daybreak just down smashed this person, down smashed them to another time zone, right? To another day. Like, all right, next tournament, I'm done. That's what I thought.
The
No, we
day
got back
broke.
in.
The
Literally.
the day broke.
Daybreak broke the game, broke the lobby, and brought it back. That was awesome. Oh, so that shout outs to the CSL team. They had 2
Yeah,
switches
that's clutch.
ready to go, so we had the backup available in case that happened. So that was
Wow,
awesome.
that's incredible. That's
Yeah.
like planning like above and beyond what you'd expect. So shout outs to the team for getting us back in so fast and for allowing us to see the end of that game. Definitely a very important game. And now Michigan finding themselves up in the at the start of this group battle.
Yeah, that was great. Shout outs esports of 2021. You got to roll with the punches, especially in Smash Ultimate
Oh
Online.
no, though
You got to.
I just saw a little something.
Oh, there we go.
There's
It's
a
your
little.
favorite player here. You know who's up next. UTD is bringing out the Foxinator to take on Daybreak. I mean, this is a matchup I think we've been waiting to see.
I this is the you know Daybreak wants this run back. You know Daybreak wants this run back. Daybreak, arguably the player in this tournament with the most name recognition. And to get, I'll say it, to get bodied on stream like that, you don't want it to happen. You don't want it to happen. So I think as scary as this is, I think Daybreak's very happy to get a chance at this run back and to prove that Fox ain't nothing. And I'm sure Fox is happy to have another chance to prove that it wasn't a fluke the first time.
And even besides that, right? I mean, an opportunity to, cut down Daybreak a little bit, right? Who is getting a fresh full second stock going into this one, right? You don't want to, I mean, that's a lot of extra room you've given Daybreak to get some more kills, not having put him onto his third stock in that previous game. So that you gotta bring you gotta bring. I almost said Killinator. You gotta bring Foxinator in to get these kills, to get these stocks. You got to, because Daybreak with 2 stocks, that could be your whole team, tacked up right there.
Yeah, nice SDI on that jab, getting out of the power dunk. If your SDI is on point, you can actually get out of jab power dunk every single time. So, Daybreak has that on point. That could be a big difference maker, but already 80% on Daybreak. Fox as confident as we've ever seen him. That being said, no stock lost at 26% quite yet. So, Daybreak definitely feeling a little better about that.
No stock loss just yet, and no platforms to work with at the moment. There they are. But one thing that we've seen from Foxinator's ability to use those upper platforms, which will only be available a third of the time here.
Ooh,
So,
great conversion, Daybreak.
oh. All right.
This is so tense. Fox could have converted that down tilt into a side B, but too slow on the draw. And now Daybreak at 157%. That should be it. A stock taken and go on the board. This is Fox's chance to put UTD right back in this game. Go could be the difference maker here. Unreal.
Oh, yeah, Daybreak needed that grab. Still not going to get the job.
Oh no, a misinput comes out from the Foxinator, who had all of his resources left.
Yeah, that's a slip up you can't be making here. But, it's Wi-Fi. It happens, even to the best of players. And now here comes a chain, coast to coast, taking him for a ride. Daybreak with some more, get some shots in. Momentum stop.
And Daybreak saying, "You gonna give me one? I'll take the next one myself." Looking to put another stock on the board against Fox. Daybreak, an amazing stock right now, and looking to put Michigan in an even better spot than before.
Yeah, you can't be hanging there. You're above 100%. You have no invincibility. You can't be hanging out there that long above 100. Oh, what a call out right across. Says no. Not even going to give Daybreak a chance to take his stock. There it is. To make things a little closer, that was a big one. And and now Daybreak. I mean, even though Michigan still has, a bunch of players left, they don't have Daybreak.
Yeah, and I think, as far as a Daybreak run could have gone there, that's as good as you can ask for. Daybreak took a bunch of stocks there, got a ton of value there. It's about as good as it gets. And Daybreak did their job, right? That's what we came to expect from them. Now it's up to the rest of Michigan to finish it off.
It really is, right? Like that's, you got to come in clutch now for a player that has really led you all the way here in a lot of ways, for sure. And we'll see how this pans out. It looks like Okoro is now coming in. The Joker that we saw last series they were facing off in losers finals really bring the heat on that Joker. Very, very well played, and I've been waiting to see him back in action.
This is a very high risk, high reward pick, in my opinion. Basically, what it boils down to is if Okoro is able to get a kill during Arsene, this lead is gonna extend. But if Okoro doesn't get a kill with Arsene, that is a very big chance for Go Terry to go wild and start mounting a comeback. So I think it's a good pick. I think it's sticking with, the Michigan kind of style that we've seen where they're going for these high risk plays and they've been working. And that's what I like to see.
For sure, we will love to see it, and that's what separates the good from great teams is knowing when and why to make and take those risks. So those are the opportunities that get you this far in the tournament. You don't just get this far by making safe calls and safe plays. We saw player swaps already, character swaps already. We've seen a Robin come in. Anything's possible. Anything's on the table now, except Daybreak, who's been eliminated. I mean, that's really the biggest thing still for me for Michigan, right? Is that's the player that they rely on a lot of the time. And it's certainly a player we've talked about time and time again. But we really can't, miss out on all the other players that are still on this Michigan roster. Of course, Okoro, we're about to see.
Okoro, Linus, and Hawk have been doing work all day. And specifically, Linus has found a ton of value in these crew battles. There's no sleeping on the rest of this Michigan roster either. Very capable of making this happen.
Yeah, definitely. You can't sleep on the rest of this Michigan roster. Okoro's been playing out of their mind. Hawk, Linus as well. They're all ready to go. We've seen these players play different roles as well. Play as lead, play as starter, play across the board. You can see their flexibility here. And right back to PS2. I mean, it's even Stevens out here.
Yeah, and this is what I expected for the start of this game. I expected, fairly even, coming up to this 70%, and now this is where you need to make the dream work. Okoro needs to get this stock, and it's looking like he's going to get it. Oh, called out the early up B, but misses the Av Smash, the perfect read! But
what
Fox
a fade.
Manages to get back. There's still a decent bit of Arsene on the board, though. The F Smash is coming out. This is a scary position now for Okoro, as Arsene is gone.
Oh, Foxnator going down low. Okoro gives him some room. And Go Terry goes off, but it's too far away, yeah.
This is a jab, this is a down tilt, this is almost anything for Terry. Could have confirmed off that as well, but didn't quite. The lingering dash attack will take the stock, so Fox gets another one. Okoro doesn't clean it up just right there. That down smash was a little scary. Let's the Buster Wolf rip right there.
Foxinator refuses to let go. It's already done enough work for the team here, but I mean, this is Go Terry is still activated. This could be another stock.
Yeah, and that's not true, by the way. That's not a true combo. You can shield that. This is where things get interesting, and this is where that high risk, high reward play I was talking about comes in. If Okoro gets that first stock with Arsene, it's clean. But now Go Terry's online. Thankfully, Okoro doesn't get taken out at 50%. Manages to get another Arsene and cleans it up for Michigan, who still holds an 8-6 lead.
Yeah, they're looking good coming into this one so far. And now they have just Kazma and Aikido left here. Kazma has been, obviously we talked about this earlier. the on paper, results wise, kind of the leader of the group, the PR player on the squad, and then
Yeah.
Akito, that snake that has impressed us this entire night, this entire day. Was gonna tank, a beast. I'm expecting a ton out of Akito here.
Aikido has definitely been the Foxinator of snakes. That's like those guys just have a play style that's a lot of fun to watch. That being said, Kazma right now is going to be coming out against Okoru, the Joker versus the Rob. Interesting pick. Again, on paper, Joker definitely wins this matchup, but Kazma, do they have the X factor to make this happen? Can they make it go in their favor?
Yeah, this is do or die now for both of these teams, but certainly for one of them. Looks like we are going to be remaking the lobby real quick. And it looks like we will be getting into this pretty soon here, as the teams are going to also be repicking, or not repicking, but picking stages and picking bands as well. We have a couple players left in the wings here. This is we love close sets. This has been such an amazing broadcast, and this top four has been giving us match after match. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it absolutely has, and this one is promising to be one of the closest yet. 8-6. That scoreline means that Michigan has almost 2 more stocks than they've outdone their previous score against UTD. Michigan's putting up numbers right now, and I know UTD still has a couple tricks, left in the back pocket, but you can't count Michigan. Like, they can hold this. They're more than capable of holding this. And everyone left on the team has just proven that they're insanely talented.
Absolutely. I mean, Hawk, from the get-go, a player that's really been, keeping me on my toes. Their Ike has been stellar. Linus as well. I mean, that brother connection there has been paying off for them.
Yeah.
Linus has been really strong, really clutch. And
the birthday boys.
Exactly, yeah, right. They're powered up. This is their strongest day. It would only make sense that they win on their birthday. So I'm honestly low key kind of almost like, wow, that would be really cool, right? Like to get that dub on your birthday. But UTD can't count them out at all. Cosmo is going to be coming in next. They still have Akito ready to go. Akito, character wise, I think is pretty solid against the remainder of Michigan's composition too. So there's still a lot for Michigan to get done here. It's not guaranteed at all.
Yeah, I think the best way to put it is Michigan cannot take their foot off the gas here. They have put themselves in a position to win, but that doesn't mean it's guaranteed. This is far from guaranteed right now. This is very, very winnable for UTD. And so Michigan needs to keep playing with that confidence that we've seen from them, keep making, those big plays, taking those risks that we've seen from them, because that's how they got here in the first place. That's how they made this a winning game, and that's how they're going to win, period.
Definitely. We're going to find out pretty soon. Of course, thank you all for tuning in and sticking with us throughout this. Of course, big thanks to HyperX and Twitch Student, our sponsors throughout the day, throughout the weeks here at CSL Esports. Be sure to check out the Twitter, the website. Of course, checking out everything you can. It's been a great season. And if you want to get involved, you better check out CSL Esports as well, because they've been killing it on the collegiate scene for years now. And we have some awesome action, as you've been seeing here at the Smash Ultimate CSL Ultimate Crew Finals.
Absolutely. As we've been saying, every match today has been so good. We've seen a lot of star players in the making come out of the woodworks. People making a name for them, showing that they've got guts, that they've got the drive to play with the best of them. These guys, every single person left on these crews wants this win.
And here we go. That stock's gonna drop, and we're gonna get right into it. Only a few more stocks left to go. Only a few more players remain to determine who will be our Smash Ultimate CSL Cruise Champion. With Michigan up by 2, Okoru down by 1 stock.
Yeah, and Okoru right now looking for a stock, looking for 2 stocks. That would be huge. If Okoru is able to get 2 stocks here, he's feeling super good about that, and Michigan really ups their chances of winning after that.
Oh, and that Arsene, you gotta respect it. But so too, you gotta respect that gyro. Able to get right back in there off that nair. Oh, trip. Unable to convert off of it with the laser afterward. And just
Ooh,
a couple whiffs on both sides.
a couple whiffs coming out of Cosma, seemingly uncharacteristic, but the Arsene saving the day on that up air. Interesting interaction, and now Rob off stage. Does Okoru chase him? You can't chase him if he goes all the way up there. That's.
I was
And
gonna
it's
say chase him where? Like to orbit? Like he's way too far up.
all right, the mash. Good from Okoro and actually gets the Rebels guard there, thrown off stage with the laser.
Snipe City from
Oh my
downtown.
God.
The no scope.
Yeah. Definitely hit him for 3 on that one, and Okoru dropping the first stock, but Cosma pretty high percent here. Definitely a decent spot for Okoru, and once he gets this Arsene online, he will have a very realistic way of taking this stock. Or he could just land an F smash.
Oh, great counter there on the gyro, using those guns and stopping in its place. Tries to chase that time, but still can't get close enough to the sun. Certainly doesn't want those wings to burn. Another up air right through the ledge. Gonna be an issue there for Okaro, who's trying to get in against that gyro. Arsene activates another trip whiff. Both whiffs.
So greedy!
Super close.
Both these guys thought about the prize money when going for those options. That was like, they can taste it. They're like, it's mine. Insane plays from both of these guys, but Cosma at 186% getting so much value out of this stock, and Arsene's not even online anymore.
Yeah, this is way too high of a percent to still be alive on, even for Rob. You got to get rid of him here. Okoro still. Oh, I thought that was still gonna be not enough, but I really thought that was still alive. But Okoro finally gets the job done.
All right, now this is Okoro's time to make a comeback. He's down by a decent bit of percent, but if he's able to get Arsene here, this comeback is more than possible. If you're Cosma, you have to be thinking about how to get this stock right now, and he does it with the smash.
Well, that's how you get it done. That's how you think about a kill and get it done right there. That's for sure.
I was about to say he's gonna throw the gyro at the ledge, and I held my tongue, but that's exactly what we saw coming out from Cosma. Great play there, and like I said, UTD sneaking their way back into this. This used to be a 2-stock lead, now a 1-stock lead for Michigan.
And now we're down, yep, just those last 4 players here. Cosma with 2 stocks, and then 3 stocks for Aikido, 3 stocks for Linus, 3 stocks for Hawk. Who are they going to pick? They're going with Linus. Michigan have set it up. Linus will be their next player. Hawk is their anchor, who might be taking on Aikido unless Cosma can get the job done now.
And I think this is honestly one of the best case scenarios for Michigan. Linus put on a very good performance versus Cosma in the original crew battle, barely losing out in that interaction. So I think Linus is going to feel good about taking both of these stocks. And then, Ike versus Snake, it's not a terrible matchup. You know what I mean? Like, very doable for Ike, despite the, kind of tier displacement between those characters. Ike's a pretty solid pick versus Snake. So I think Michigan's feeling good about these last 2 spots, and I think UTD, if they want to win this first crew battle here, they just have to step up and they have to play some really good Smash.
Yeah, they do. Again, UTD coming into this from the winners brackets. That's the thing, is that if Michigan wins this, as far as I know, they're going to reset the bracket. We'll be going for another 15 stocks. So that's the thing, is that UTD still has, room to work with, right? They can lose here. They can win the next set. It's really up to Michigan. They got to pull out all the stops. This is right now Michigan's set to lose.
Yeah, and one of the awful things about getting bracket reset on you is the team who just beat you is coming in with a ton of fire and a ton of motivation, and you're coming in with the disappointment of having just lost.
Mm-hmm.
And so how do you kind of mitigate that if it does happen? We're going to see if that even comes into play here, though. Only a stock difference between these 2 teams. Anything could happen.
And the thing is, too, it's like it's different from, a singles or a doubles bracket reset, where on the crew battle reset, you could completely change the order of your team, right? all of a sudden you might have matchups that didn't happen in the previous set that could work in your favor. So that's really the mix-up you're looking for going into the bracket reset. But let's not count our chickens before they hatch because we have not gotten there just yet. Michigan still needs to take 5 more stocks off UTD to even make it happen. We'll see if they do.
Yeah, and something, again, I said it last time, but what I love so much about Rosalina in this matchup is that the gravitational pull actually gives you the gyro. That's such a bonus for her. Not only does she take it out of Rob's possession, but it instantly gives it to her, and she can combo off of it.
Yeah, that's a huge part of this matchup, I would have to say. Even though you might not always get that gyro, those moments you can at least take it away are massive, and that up smash, not enough. A lot of damage.
Cosma making a statement right now saying, last time we played, you did pretty good. This time, I'm looking to close it out. I'm looking to put my team back in the lead. Linus, now on the receiving end of this comeback. Can he make it happen?
It's almost poetic. The two of them, last time they played, they were the starters. Now they're both facing off in not a decision situation, but towards the end of it, towards the end of the tournament, back in getting the rematch. You'd love to see it.
Oh!
With another up smash, calling him out, gets on the other side, gets the kill, and ties it up.
That is pretty big. Linus definitely had that landing scouted out, but the timing on the S-Smash is just missed. And, man, Cosma hard punishes. That being said, Linus still well within this. Still in a great position to take this stock and make it happen. Cosma still a huge comeback that needs to happen.
That Narita down smash conversion, I don't know if that was true, but that was pretty hot. But the laser way too close. I don't know what the decision was with that, but there's no way you're gonna get away with that scot-free. And certainly Linus knows that, punishes him for it, now has a full stock lead, which is certainly what Michigan wants going into the final moments of this grand final.
Yeah, and if Linus is able to secure this stock without losing another one, Michigan, you couldn't ask for a better position than that. Oh, the side B goes unpunished. Unbelievable. But Linus, the pressure right now. Cosma can't get down. Goes for the up smash. Insane. Another up smash. The Luma getting Rosalina out of jail for free. This is
has to be careful.
So many things that the ledge will kill right now. Down air, up smash, up air, forward smash. Everything will kill. Cosma has to be worried about so much right now, and that will do it. Michigan, 5 stocks left and only 3 on the side of UTD. A heroic play is needed for Makito.
Looking down the barrel of a bracket reset here, Michigan not done just yet. UTD, I mean, we came into this one knowing that they had won all their sets by 4 or 5 stocks at least. Now in a situation where they might lose their first set of the tournament in grand finals. It's a completely different look. But you're right, Aikido, that's, wait in the wings. Might have it, enough in the tank to take 5 full stocks. Snake is a character we've talked about time and time again, where they can stay alive for long periods of time on that one stock or those 2 stocks. That's perfect for a crew battle and perfect for situations like these.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd rather have anyone else try to make a 5-stock comeback. We've seen what Aikido can do. We've seen how explosive this guy can be on single stocks, but this is a big ask. 5 stocks. I can't stress how much harder this is to do than 4 stocks. Because with 4 stocks, if you take the one, you reset. Let's run it back, right? And then it's a 3-3. But with 5 stocks now, even if that first stock is close and you play it first, you still need to get the second stock. So you're at such a disadvantage compared to if it was a 4-3.
Definitely. I really have to think now, do you play safe? You're gonna try to play aggressive, try to get a surprise move on them, try to get a stock early. And that's the thing, is that Linus can really slow down the pace as Rosalina and deal with projectiles from afar. Not all of them, but has a little bit of utility to deal with in terms of Luma, right? Not necessarily the gravitational pull. But that's the thing, is that Aikido can definitely get 2 Rosalina stocks because of her weight with 1 stock, right? Like, I think that's definitely doable. Like, she can die early to a bunch of snake stuff. So that might be the setup for success for Aikido.
Yeah, I think here for Aikido, realistically, as good as it gets is you go into next as a 2-3, and then
Mhm.
you have to make the hero play. If Aikido goes in with only 1 stock, that's it's so hard. That's probably not going to happen. But if Aikido managed to get out of this with 3 stocks, that's insane. And so I'm interested to see how it goes. These 1 stocks, when you get to the last parts of these tournament, are so valuable.
Well, here we go. This could be it. Will UTD be able to stay alive for 1 more player and take it right here? Or are we going to see that bracket reset from Michigan? Michigan has worked so hard to come through here and only dropped to losers bracket once. UTD hasn't dropped a set at all. But right now, I mean, this is
Aikido
Aikido.
driver's seat is what it is.
This is the clock. This is what we were looking for.
Oh
That
my
is
gosh, and he takes it! No way!
I mean, deleted that stock as if it wasn't even there. We might as well have started 2-2.
2-1.
2-1.
Yeah, Aikido is looking like this is about to be even going into the finals. That is the first stock you needed, and Linus looking lost right now. Finally, some semblance of advantage, but Luma's not here to help.
Aikido is looking Superman compared to the rest of these. Like,
Oh my gosh, the movement! Aikido is all over Smashville right now.
This is a performance that you Twitch clip and then you print out the clip and put it on your refrigerator. Every frame, every single frame.
So everything, he blows himself up. Aikido giving Michigan a chance.
It was a little bit of a damage boost to get away from the Rosalina, too. Look at the bright side of that one. Aikido, though, maybe taking a little too much damage than necessary. Try not to play with your food too much, but still has the lead, has the advantage, has the edge. 1 more up tilt after that back air will certainly do it. The Nikita could as well.
No, the smart gravitational pull, but up tilt will do the trick right now.
Where's the mortar? Where's the up tilt?
He needs to take this stock, but Aikido
dash attack could do it.
Playing so well right now. Luma's just gone. The Nikita deletes him.
Oh no.
A greedy backer, and Linus could have confirmed that, but isn't ready. The read! Dash attack doesn't. Aikido with 3 stocks. It's 3-3.
That has to be deflating. The sails have to be out for Michigan. The win gone completely. UTD back in it. Aikido does it. Takes 2 stocks. Doesn't drop 1. And now it's tied up. We've got a fresh Aikido as if nothing had happened going into this last one against Hawk the Ike. That's it. All that's left. It comes down to 2 players, 6 stocks, 3 apiece.
This is so tough now. The lead that Michigan worked for this entire crew battle is reduced to nothing by Aikido. This is a clean game between these 2 gentlemen. I can't believe it.
It all comes down to a single game of singles. That's it. That's all it is. Just 1 stage, 1 map, 1 game. That's it. It's no longer a crew battle. It's just singles.
Yeah, it's a single. We're in Japanese pools right now. Single A limb. Everything's on the line.
Everything is on the line. That prize pool, the whole CSL Collegiate season, the playoffs, done right here. Michigan, UTD, both. I mean, UTD coming from winners. Michigan, they have them on ropes, but UTD might not be against those ropes because they've got Aikido just sliding right out, dash attacking their way out of the corner.
Aikido looks like he likes the ropes. They're comfortable. Yeah, right? And man, this is a lot of pressure for Hawk.
Yes, it is a reset if Michigan takes this. So UTD trying not to make that happen, right? Like that's the last thing.
Like this is a ton of pressure on Hawk right now. They're on their tournament life, 3-3. Hawk has to make this happen. Aikido, He has a little wiggle room. There's a reset if he loses this. It's not the end of the world. And while you'd like to avoid the reset, that pressure is not hitting you the same way.
Well, do you want to be in this situation again? Like, do you want to have to be in a position to possibly lose a second time? That's where it really starts to wear you thin. So, at this point, this is where Michigan is like, oh, we've got them. They don't want to be in this position again. And UTD is like, we don't want to be in this position again. We'll do whatever it takes to make sure that there's no bracket reset.
Man, some of the things when Aikido gets going, he almost looks unstoppable. We've seen multiple games where, for one reason or another, things just keep working for Aikido.
Mm-hmm.
This read works, his ledge trap works, the up smash works, the grenade placement works, they fall into his down B, like everything works for Aikido. And so, Hawk has to do his best to mitigate this, and we're going now to Kalos. I think this is a great pick from Hawk, who's going to be able to juggle Snake very well on this map.
Let's go. This could be it. This could be the last map, last stage, last game we see here. Aikido, I mean, can't believe that we're even here. It was 5-2. Aikido winning 2 stocks. And it's so even. Neither player wants to touch the other if they can help it.
Yeah, this is so scary, and these guys are playing slow. Hawk right now, you can tell, realizes how much is on the line right now, playing so safe, but Aikido so good at breaking through these defenses.
And I mean, they know how much is on the line here. They're playing as safe as they possibly can. But Kalos, too, does give Ike, a little more larger margin of error here. Not as tight of a fight. But those grenades are really making it difficult to get in.
Yeah, and Aikido does such a good job at cooking the grenades before he actually throws them that it makes it even harder for Linus to get in.
The movement is crazy. Yeah, the control is so good.
That being said, big hit from Linus there, just misses a back air. Could have gone for an up air, but thought he had more. This is a tough spot now. The Nikita comes out, but luckily Linus is hit back to center stage.
And it's so smart by Aikido because he knows that once that, Ike is at high percent, you're going to start fishing, starting to put more attacks out. You shield them with a grenade in your hand, and you get a free punish on those unsafe unshield attacks.
Alright, grenades coming out, still up tilt will kill this percent, and Aikido has built quite the lead for themselves, but this isn't the buck wild Aikido that we've seen for most of the tournament. This is very careful, very calculated. And you can tell, like you were saying, he doesn't want to have to go to a second set right now. He's going to do everything he can to secure this one. And a grab will do it for him at this percent. But Hawk trying to take this stock early. That will be the first stock for Aikido.
That's 2 more to go. And Aikido is still not necessarily at kill percent either, especially if they're able to stick towards the middle of the stage. But you can tell why they're on the sides. That platform gives them so many opportunities to place those grenades and keep that coverage up. And this is really now going to be so difficult for Hawk. Ike has a really, really tough time getting back in on Snake. Once they've lost the lead at this deficit, it's hard to get in. And especially when you're fishing for kills, that's when Snake starts to punish even harder.
And that's what I've been getting at. Snake is one of the best characters in the game at playing with a lead. Because Snake, likes trading. And if Snake's ahead, trading is even better. You know what I mean? So every time Snake takes 10 and you take 10, if Snake's in the lead, that's just good for Snake. And he'll do that all day long as he doesn't die. The double back air coming out 66%. Aikido staking his claim right now. Keep in mind, this will be a 5-stock comeback from Aikido if he makes that down smash. The Nikita! This should be the stock! No, he misses the Nikita! Hawk living on borrowed time right now, but Aikido still firmly in the lead.
This is looking rough now. Gets the kill, but Aikido still has that Ike at kill percent. Hawk trying their best to get Michigan over to that second set, that bracket reset. But those grenades again shutting things down. And you know that Aikido is willing to trade at this percent.
Yeah, that kill was so important for Hawk. Just getting him on the same stock makes those trades a little bit less Snake favored. and gives him a chance to make a huge comeback. That being said, already at 140, up throw is almost, or sorry, down throw up tilt is now going to be a factor again.
Oh, that Nikita. I can only do so much against so many Nikitas. The higher percent they go, the lower their chance of surviving.
Oh my.
And you know that's it. That last stock. Michigan, they're down to their final stock, their final player, their final opportunity to stay alive.
That being said, Hawk right now in a great position. If he catches this landing, it could be the stock. But Aikido so patient on that landing, waiting for that grenade. 24% already on Hawk. Trying to put himself in a good position. Hawk right now, honestly, has made a bit of a comeback these stocks. And if he can take Aikido stock right now without getting above 60%, this game is very much even.
Well, this is the thing, is that you never know with Aikido whether or not he's going to go ham sandwich on you and break some wrist, or if he's going to start to slow down and wait and wait and wait and wait for you to make a mistake. And we're seeing a mixture of both here from Aikido, just constantly punishing these little attempts with the grenade.
His own grenade!
Oh no! I hope that wasn't a C4 that went off. Yeah, I think it was a grenade.
No,
but that was a grenade. Yeah, that's rough. And it's an Aikido.
Devastating. Hawk is back in this right now. This game is even. And after Aikido works so hard to give himself a huge lead, to die to your own grenade sucks so bad. But Hawk with the awareness to combo off of it.
Oh yeah, this is. I mean, now I would have to say, at the most, I mean, Aikido might be the one that shook. Look at that, it's such an early up tilt. That would not have killed. You don't throw that out unless you're shook.
Yeah, man, Aikido, he doesn't want no part of this, but Aikido coming out these back airs uses a burst option. Oh, no! This is so bad. Great fast roll.
Oh, my God.
Picks up the recovery, but this is so close. No.
That's the up tilt. And gets it in time. UTD with that up tilt off Aikido. They defeat Michigan, and they are your CSL Smash Ultimate Crew Championship. Congratulations to the University of Texas. Huge.
Aikido with the hero 5-stock comeback into the world's slipperiest up tilt.
Yeah.
From up B, air dodge, B reverse into the ground, chuck an up tilt out, as Hawk gets a little over aggressive and secures the win for University of Texas at Dallas. Aikido. Definitely the MVP of that set.
Huge. What a run. They make it all the way through winners without dropping a single set. Now, granted, that was their closest one.
For sure.
Without a doubt. And I mean, you could tell both teams, both players, they were antsy. They were on the edge of their seats. That had to have been one of the most stressful sets as a crew they all have had to have played. But hats off to both teams, not just UTD, but with Michigan as well. I mean, both teams had to have been playing at their absolute best, and they certainly were. But yeah, UTD, I have to imagine what they sounded like, what the comms were after getting that victory. They must be feeling great. Congratulations to them.
Absolutely. They have to be feeling good about that.
Yeah.
And I think we should have a couple replays here.
We got some replays. Yeah, University of Texas at Dallas with the replays, and you can already start seeing things start off pretty well. I mean, you saw Tojo come in. That was an unexpected change to the roster for Michigan State. And for Michigan, it might have been enough, but it wasn't.
It was a very valuable change, too. I really liked the switch coming out. It shows that Michigan was willing to take risks, willing to make things happen. And as well, Daybreak found so much value in this final crew battle. You know, putting Michigan in a really good spot. You know, getting the run back against Fox. That's all you could ask for, but, you know, at a certain time, you know, the UTD roster was too consistent, too much going for them, and we're able to clutch it out.
Yeah, there's the Foxinator, who came out and did a lot of work. Okoro shut them down, gave them a little bit of hope, and then that was dashed. Look at that snipe right there. This was really big. I think a turning point too, right? Winning that with 2 stocks, I think, essentially set them up for success. Cosma, I mean, as much as things were cleaned up by Aikido at the end, Cosma, look at the kills. So many coming before Akito had to come in, putting Akito in a perfect position to get the clutch.
Yeah, and I think this was the turning point when Akito was able to take out Linus with only taking 18%. Not only was he feeling extremely confident, but all of a sudden UTD realized this is an even game, and this is super winnable.
Absolutely. And this was a nail biter of a final stage. I mean, you really gotta look at this and
devastating.
yeah.
And this was so risky. The sneak around with the B reverse C4 into the up tilt. Akito always aware, always ready, man. The guy's crazy.
Yeah. And we're going to go a little bit into that craziness as we have an interview lined up coming your way in just a few moments from the UTD squad. We have Ardo and Marcel who are going to be joining us for the interview here to talk about that victory in just a few moments. Yeah, UTD, really, how much more can we say? I mean, they were able to take out potentially, the strongest player in this whole bracket, the most talked about player in this whole bracket, and then some. So, I mean, Akito, my personal MVP, but you for yourself, I don't want to speak for you.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say otherwise. Every single time we watch UTD, did Akito take less than 5 stocks? Like, I don't even know if he did.
I don't think so.
Like, Akito had so much value for this UTD squad so consistently. He was the glue. He was the glue. And you got to give props to Akito. From going from someone who we weren't super familiar with to the star of this.
Definitely. And I almost wish we could see more. It's been such a long day, but I'd love to. I mean, if that went to another set, that would have been great. But I'm sure UTD is very happy that that wasn't the case. We are happy, though, that we have an interview ready to go. We have Otto and Marcel from the UTD squad joining us here for a quick post-tournament interview. Congratulations to the team. I mean, first off, congrats to both of you. And also, how is everyone feeling? How's everyone doing after that?
Oh, I could actually breathe. Gosh. Heart was racing the whole time.
Yeah, a sigh of relief coming up from you guys. We were stressed, so I can't imagine how you guys are feeling after that.
Yeah.
Dude, just sitting there was stressful. Everyone in the voice chat was nervous, but we believed.
We were all yelling our heads off.
Well, what did it sound like at the end? I got it like the comms right at the end when you got the victory. What did it sound like?
Just a bunch of screams, like all screaming all at the same time in victory.
Tell us a little bit about Akito, because I think some people are wondering. This guy comes out of nowhere and takes 5 stocks almost every time he's on the screen. Like, what? Who is this guy?
He's a super solid player. Everybody, we use him a lot. He's very talented, right? But the thing is that he's not ranked in our region, partially because before COVID was here, he I'm sorry, one sec.
He just didn't compete all that much.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. It's so interesting. I love it so much when players are able to use the CSL opportunity to show us what they can do. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, definitely. And let's bring it back to early in the season and all the way through. What was it like coming all the way through the regular season? You don't drop a single set in the postseason. What were the changes you had to make throughout the course of the year, and how the team evolved to get to this point?
Well, it was hard. We had a lot of trouble like trying to figure out what lineups we should use, because we're a pretty big team. We have 10 players, and we have some players that like we want to send in a lot more often. Like Akito, for example, he's amazing. Cosma, really good player, but like other times we just need to figure out like which counter picks would be good, and that comes down to a lot of beforehand research about all the other teams, trying to figure out like what characters they play, what matchups they struggle with.
Yeah, I actually love to hear that. I'm so happy you brought that up. because people might not understand how much work that you guys do behind the scenes. You know who these other teams play. You know what characters they
Mhm.
struggle with, and you guys are taking notes to prepare for tournaments like this. How does it feel for that to pay off? Like the payoff must be huge. You guys are number one, and you looked dominant throughout most of this tournament.
It feels great. Yeah, every week we do our practices, and then every Friday, if we don't have a league match, we have a crew battle. We are always practicing every week, and twice a week at that, often, very often, and it finally paid off. Right, 2 years in a row.
Definitely, yeah, that's huge, right? I mean, back to back, and you
Mhm.
did it on the horizon, potentially a bracket reset towards the end there. Talk to us a little bit about keeping composure and not trying to go into that bracket reset situation. What was the hardest part about that grand finals?
Playing from a deficit, right? I think we were like down in the beginning for a
Yeah.
while, and everybody had to stay focused and get as many stocks as they could until the very end. I'm so proud of them. I could not be able to do that. My heart, I'm not even playing and my heart's jumping out of my chest. So they're so good.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible the composure you guys were able to have throughout that, especially after a very very long day of Smash. Like being able to play at that level, hats off to you guys. I think I gotta ask what's in the future for UTD? What's next?
Actually, I don't know. I think for this season we're done. I'll
We
be
do
doing.
have the other college Smash League, the
Oh
one
yeah.
ran by Greg Adler,
Hmm.
and we are sitting loser side of Grands for that one.
So you all might
I
get
think
the
next
win
Friday.
there as well. That'd be
Hmm.
huge.
Very close.
That would
Yeah.
be absolutely massive. Yeah. Well, I think just to wrap things up, we don't want to hold you from celebrating too long, right? Certainly more important things to do, but last, final words, any shout outs or, comments, any for, friends, family, fans out there, any last words or messages you have for them, for those who've been supporting you throughout your run, what have you got to say to them?
I would like to shout out our number one fan, Combo. If you're still here, shout outs to Combo. He does a lot of commentary and stuff for
Yeah,
us.
actually, combo. Yeah, same for here. He really does help out the team a lot. Hmm.
Let's
All
go,
right.
Combo! A unanimous call out for the boy. Hopefully he's in the chat. Hopefully he heard it. Combo, nothing but love for you from the Dallas guys. That's what I love to hear. And
Yeah.
congratulations again, guys. Definitely an insane run today.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your victory. Please go and celebrate with the rest of the squad. You definitely earned it. We hope to see more of you in the future, and you definitely earned a nice rest. But congratulations again on your victory.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one. Well, that wraps things up for us here. What a day, right,
Yeah,
man? That's been crazy.
what a day, man. We have been all over the place. Winners, losers, this top four, close games across the board. And
Mhm.
you can't ask for a closer game than that grand finals. It came down to the last stock, last hit. UTD able to clutch it up, back to back champions.
Yeah, that is quite a feat. And I believe we're gonna take one last look at how they did it to quickly take a look at those brackets here. I mean, we know that UTD had such a run, and there it is. All the way through winners. They got that 5-0, the 4-0, the 5-0, and Michigan made it tough. They didn't go down without a fight, but it was the Dallas squad that came out on top right through winners, no bracket reset.
And I think that speaks to the resilience of the Dallas squad. Being able to, 5-0, 4-0, 5-0, all of a sudden be pushed to the limit by the Michigan squad, but still adapt, still persevere, still come out on top. It's a level of planning, preparation, a level of training. It's what makes you the best. These guys put in the work, and it's obvious.
Yeah, that's an understatement for sure. And so many great teams in our top 8. Congratulations to everyone who made the top 8. Smash Kittens getting that top 3 as well. We had a really good memories and moments with a lot of these teams and players out here. I'm sure we'll see some before we sign out, if not as we do. But yeah, it's been great. An awesome bracket, awesome broadcast. Big shout outs, of course, to Max and Mies, who covered the first half of this top 8. Of course, big shout outs to the CSL squad in the back, the production, HyperX and Twitch Student, our sponsors. And I'm going to throw it to you real quick, Nurse Noah. Any last words from you, man?
Any last words? It was such a privilege to be a part of this event, being introduced to the CSL squad, the Collegiate League. So fun to watch. And as always, I always have to shout out the people in the background, the waveform boys in the back, always getting it done. These guys are as good as it gets as far as production goes. So much love to those guys. Much love to you, our first time commentating together.
Yes.
It was a very enjoyable top 4. I look forward to the next time. But as far as today, I'll be signing off.
Yeah. Man, it was a great time casting with you. I hope we get to do it again soon. It's a tragedy that it took us this long to cast, but it was totally worth it. It was such a great top 4, a great top 8. These teams put on a show, and we're glad that we were able to put on a show for all of you. Thank you all for tuning in. This has been the CSL coverage of the Smash Ultimate Cruise Finals, which of course our victors were University of Texas at Dallas. Thank you all for tuning in. Thanks to our sponsors, once again, HyperX and Twitch Student. Thank you all for tuning in. Be sure to check us out at CSLesports.gg. Follow us on Twitter, CSL Esports. Be sure to throw a follow here on the Twitch channel. And we'll see you for some more collegiate esports in the future. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.